9 o'clock. Clerk, would you conduct a roll call?
Supervisor McGordy,
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Here.
Supervisor Hashak,
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Here.
and Chair Williams.
Here. Supervisor Mulhern, would you be willing to lead us in the pledge?
I sure will. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, public expression will be heard at the end of the meeting today. We're on to item number 3, the consent calendar. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Supervisors, any items to pull for comment or separate consideration? Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 3C for comment.
Okay, any other supervisors?
Yes, I would like to pull item 3K for discussion.
3K, and was that Supervisor Jurdy's hand?
Oh, no, McGordy.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, 3J.
3J. Okay, let's start with 3C.
Right, well, I wanted to pull this item because it was brought to me by a resident who saw that the alternative recovery process was not being done properly. In discussions with Travis Kilmer of the Prevention, Recovery, Resiliency, and Mitigation Department, that we found that there was a gap in our alternative debris removal program, and this needed to be fixed. Travis helped the ad hoc committee of Supervisor McGordy and myself to get the right people talking, provide us with the appropriate information, and receive the pertinent feedback to make the appropriate decisions. So I want to really thank Travis for getting this program done quickly and efficiently, and for all the people from planning and building, environmental health, air quality, county council who contributed their knowledge and expertise. And this is how government should work and be responsive to the needs of the people. So I really appreciate Travis. I think he might be on to give a little more information about this program.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Haschak. Good afternoon, Chair Williams, Board of Supervisors, CEO Angelo. Travis Kilmer here with the PERM division. So the development of this new alternative debris removal program for wildfires was truly a collaborative effort. This new program demonstrates that we're prepared to protect the health and safety of our residents, water resources, and wildlife. As part of the process, PRRM worked closely with the ad hoc consisting of Supervisors Haschak and McGordy, as well as planning and building, environmental health, air quality, and county council to create a comprehensive program for Mendocino County that aligns with the environmental standards of the state and will ensure that privately cleaned up properties impacted by wildfires will be held to the same standards as those cleaned up by a state-assisted program. The genesis for the program can be traced back to 2 things. Firstly, the calls that Supervisor Haschak and also our division were receiving from concerned citizens when the first private cleanups for the Hopkins fire began. And secondly, conversations that I had with Cal OES officials after we held our town hall for Hopkins fire debris removal back in November of last year. Shortly after the town hall concluded, I was contacted by Cal OES who were concerned about some environmental deficiencies in our current process. So Cal OES worked with us and they shared some other county programs. And we ultimately decided as part of the ad hoc to use the El Dorado County program as a template for our county's new program. And then after that, we held a series of ad hoc meetings. We had 3 of them in total, where we worked with all of those other county departments. And we came up with the program that we have now, which is gonna provide a lot of, just a lot more standards and things that people will be held to, and to just make sure that nothing really slips through the gaps as we clean up from these wildfires. If you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Supervisor McGordy.
Just a comment. So the good news is that this makes a template for future emergencies where we have to adjust and set standards for private cleanup. And I just want to comment on how efficient the ad hoc was at convening this, and how people came prepared with their thinking caps on, and we went through things fairly quickly, and here it is in front of you. So just thanks to Travis for pulling this together, and Kirk and everybody else who worked on it.
Okay. 3K.
So on 3K, I'm curious about a few things. Is first of all, why is it retroactive? This seems like something that could be planned ahead of time, and not a contract given after the fact. And then the other thing is I'm curious about is I know that Janine's office often has to transport patients themselves. So if we have a contract, why are there gaps?
Dr. Miller.
Yes, sorry, I was getting brought in as a panelist, so I may have missed a little bit of that question. So if someone could just repeat
So
the question. I'm happy to
it started with, why is this retroactive? Could it be planned in advance?
So this was part of the COVID surge. As we came to the board, we were already sort of doing the services to help the hospitals. And so that was part of the thing. And then part of it was we were working with the contract to determine what their services were going to cost to do the transports. And some of it was we didn't know in the moment because we kind of enacted this quickly and we were just doing it to get through the COVID surge. And then once we were able to get it, they were able to figure it out. We had to wait to see what their costs were so that we could adequately propose a contract amount. And so it also took time going back and forth, making sure that we covered everything that we needed to cover in the contract. So yes, in the future, we would love to do them earlier. This one, of course, we were already doing this service before we actually came to the board and asked for approval for the funds. And so we didn't know we needed a contract. This was during the COVID pandemic surge. We didn't plan for this. This was something we don't normally do, and we did it to assist the hospitals with this surge and get clients from the ERs to psych facilities.
And the other part of the question is that I know that you also had your staff doing some of the work too. So was this just a fill-in, or do you routinely transport psychiatric patients?
So we don't routinely transport. This is generally, usually transports are done by the ambulance. One of the things is that insurance companies won't reimburse the county or a contractor if we do the transports, but they will reimburse the ambulance company if they do the transport. So we can't bill for the services, the ambulance can. And so historically, the ambulance companies have been doing the transports of all inpatients, all individuals who need to be transported to an inpatient facility are usually transported by hospital from the ambulance to the psych hospital. So from our local ERs to a psych hospital, depending on where they're accepted. Mm-hmm. During the COVID surge, we were asked to step in because it was causing a huge delay and impacting their ability to treat all clients, because sometimes the ambulance can't transport quickly. It's not something they can always turn around and do. And so clients are staying in there longer in the emergency room and impacting their emergency rooms. So we agreed, we got asked to do this quickly. We started doing it, and we agreed to do it through December 31st. We do pick up from the hospital. So when the client is ready to discharge, we do go and pick the client up upon discharge and drive them back to the county. Once again, it's not really a reimbursable service, but we do that piece of it. But this piece has not been something we've routinely done. It's been done by ambulance.
Okay, so do you plan on continuing this arrangement, or is it just sort of to deal with the COVID surge?
This was to deal with the COVID surge. I think there have been conversations on, long-term, what are the options as we wait to build a psychiatric health facility in Mendocino County, as there's always, as we hear, concerns when we have to take an ambulance out of county. And, a lot of times the drives are not close, so they do require a longer drive. There were conversations with the ambulance companies when we first started talking about pulling these, having the county do all of them, and with the subcontractor support. And it does impact the finances of the ambulance company because this is a service they do depend on for part of their income for their ambulance companies. So they let us know that they brought in an ambulance, brought on another ambulance to support these mental health drives, and that it would impact them and possibly need them to reduce their ambulance if we took these services away completely.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Withdrawn.
Okay, can we move on to the next item? McGordy, are you good with that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're on 3J.
Yeah, just very briefly, I just wanted to acknowledge the dedication and service of Johnny Kramer. She's been at the Human Resource Department for nearly 25 years. And, just trying to think, all the times I've seen her in the office very early in the morning, she's just been, a stalwart in that department. I can't imagine how many department heads they've had during that time. I think it's at least 7 by my count. So I think she's provided some stability and institutional knowledge that department will miss.
Thank you. Executive Office.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, if I may contribute as well. Carmel Angelo, CEO, myself, and the Executive Office would like to thank Johnny for her years of service. The loss of her historical knowledge and commitment to fairness in all transaction and evaluations will be missed. Johnny has been dedicated to the Civil Service Commission as well as labor negotiations. Over her over 24 years history here, she has trained many staff in the human resource areas. Thank you, Johnny, and we wish you the best in the future.
Johnny.
Yes, thank you, Johnny Cranmer, Human Resources Manager. I just want to take a moment to say thank you for the recognition and for the opportunity to serve as a county employee. I think I've had a good run here. I've worked with a lot of great people. We've done a lot of good work. I've learned a lot. Of course, some of my lessons came harder than others, but in the end, it's all good. And I just want to say again, thank you and so long.
And it's mutual. We thank you as well.
Thank you.
Public comment on the consent calendar.
One sec. This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just wanted to note that item 3R was withdrawn by the department. And I believe that there was one other item on consent pulled for comment.
I had 3C, 3K, and 3J.
Okay, then it looks like we're all
Not
good.
seeing any hands. Let's go to public comment.
All right, so first in the line for item 3S, we have Lisa Walker, followed by Frank Diemling, Norbert Dahl, and Anna Marie Weevil.
Good morning. This is Liza Walker. I'm here representing Caltrans requesting the consolidation for this project. And if there's any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Next on the line is Frank Diemling.
Hi, this is Frank Demling. Yes, I'm also available to answer any questions regarding this item following the comments by others. Thank you.
Next on the line is Norbert Dahl. Norbert, you can unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
I hit the unmute button. Thank you. And I've done it again. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and supervisors. Norbert Dahl in Sacramento. I've worked on Mendocino County coastal matters since the mid-1970s. In 1976, when the Coastal Act was up before the legislature, the County Supervisors Association was one of my clients. I'm a strong supporter of the local government home rule approach to land use regulation in California. Here, Caltrans has requested the county to give up its Coastal Act delegated permit jurisdiction over the Caltrans Elk Creek Bridge Replacement Project. And I'd like to offer the following comments for your consideration. They lead to the conclusion that the matter is not properly before you, and even if it were, it does not qualify under the Coastal Act for so-called consolidation in the Coastal Commission. First, proper notice has not been established either by Caltrans, which under the Coastal Act is required to maximize opportunities for public participation, or by the county. And that's in part, perhaps, because the LCP, as you undoubtedly know, has no specific notice provisions that apply to this new beast, the LCP consistency review. And for that reason, the Coastal Act Section 30,006, which requires maximized public participation opportunities, controls. Those opportunities, of course, involve timely public notice of what is going to be before the board. That has not occurred here. And as a result, public comments, including mine, and I am a person of longstanding request to the County Department of Planning and Building Services for notice on all matters in this area. It is important to recall that the county back in the 1980s certified to the Coastal Commission that all of the county's actions would be to implement the local coastal program would be fully consistent with the Coastal Act, including Section 30,006. So no notice was received in a timely manner, in a substantive manner, and therefore the matter is not properly before you. Secondly, and quickly, Coastal Act Section 30,601.3 has two tests whether or not you can grant the Caltrans request. The first one is the project both in the county's and the Coastal Commission's permit jurisdiction? And secondly, if
So before we go on, Mr. Dahl, were you speaking to item 3S or 3V?
Norbert, you'll have to unmute again.
Mr. Chairman, supervisors, I'm not quite clear on what is happening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Were you speaking to item 3S or 3V?
3S is in Sam.
Okay, your 3 minutes is up. Would you like to speak to 3V?
I did not ask to speak to 3B. I asked to speak to 3V as in Victor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I've now shifted to the Albion River Bridge request by Caltrans, which in part is similar. And the key here is the second Coastal Act Section 30601.3 test is, would relinquishment of county jurisdiction to Coastal Commission impair public participation? Let me quickly go to each. You have in front of you county staff reports for both requests. You will notice that in the request dealing with Elk Creek Bridge, there are two maps, but if you look at those maps very closely and carefully, you will see that neither one of them stands for the proposition that the Coastal Commission has retained original jurisdiction over the project area. Similarly, if you look at the maps in the Albion River Bridge staff report, the map does not stand for the proposition that any part of the work that Caltrans proposes to do there to repair and maintain the bridge, the Albion Bridge, is within Coastal Commission's retained jurisdiction. So for that simple reason alone, Mr. Chairman and supervisors, only the county has original coastal development permit jurisdiction over these projects. And therefore, you are not in a position to relinquish your jurisdiction to Coastal Commission. Secondly, but if you did, that relinquishment or so-called consolidation would seriously impair public participation. Let me just give you a couple of examples. Here today, in a classic example, the county affords 3 minutes to the public, to each member of the public, to testify. The Coastal Commission in recent times has reduced that amount by 1/3 and 2/3, frequently to only 1 minute. 1 minute is clearly not adequate to testify on any substantive matter. Secondly, the Coastal Commission these days obviously operates in virtual reality for its meetings. And in Mendocino County, many of my colleagues and friends and clients have immense difficulty accessing the internet in a continuous manner to participate in Coastal Commission meetings. Thirdly, the items are frequently put at points in the agenda where working people, unlike at the county, where frequently you engage in time certain items, Coastal Commission generally does not do that. And for all those reasons, relinquishment by the county to the Coastal Commission would seriously impair public participation. We therefore respectfully request that the board not approve consolidation.
County Council, there's concern raised about whether 3S and 3V have been properly noticed. Can you comment?
Mr. Chair, I have Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski in the meeting. I believe he can speak to that if he could just be admitted.
Matthew, you can unmute and begin speaking.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Sorry, the screen is different than normal. No, so looking at this and the issue that's been presented, what we have here is a section that is generally about in the findings and declarations provisions of the Coastal Act. There is no specific noticing procedure on point for this kind of action. There are specific noticing procedures for CDPs and LCP amendments. So the county has never done any different noticing for this than was done for this procedure. And it was noticed properly as part of this meeting's procedures for the Brown Act. I believe that the department also spoke with the Coastal Commission staff, who also was not aware of there being a specific notice provision for these kinds of actions.
Thank you. Let's go on with public comment.
Next on the line is Anna Marie Weeble for item 3S.
Excuse me, I started already. Now can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I support what Norman Dabal just said. And I also want to bring to your attention that myself as an Albion Bridge steward have sent, with my group, have sent 2 letters. And I saw other letters posted for other items, but unfortunately, these 2 letters were not posted and they arrived before other letters that were sent in way after the fact. So I'm encouraging you to at least post them now. In terms of notification of people, it's not only the county that should notify people if they ask for that, but it's also Caltrans. And Caltrans had many community meetings. They know who is interested in their projects. Also, in terms of where the location is, that it's not in the coastal commission jurisdiction. And also, this is an area where people are scrambling to find housing. Housing is cheaper away from Fort Bragg or away from Mendocino. And if, making this that hard, we just went through all the tribulations with COVID and are still going through that. Lots of restaurants who are up and down this Highway 1 have suffered immensely, and it is will also impact tourism. This is a big tourist area, and so it's to have bridges closed off for any amount of time completely is almost unfeasible to deal with. And also, it's we wrote in those 2 letters comments about both bridges, and I want to talk later on about 3V also, but to relinquish this to the Coastal Commission, as Mr. Dahl commented, is really makes it almost unfeasible, and it's really much. It shouldn't be consolidated. That it really needs to be dealt with here on the ground, and so this is. I'm urging you to pull item 3S, the Elk Creek Bridge.
Moving on to item 3V, we have Frank Diemling, followed by Lisa Walker and Anne Marie Wiebel.
Thank you very much. In regards to the comments that Norbert Dahl made regarding the Albion project and the Coastal Commission's jurisdiction, Coastal Commission does in fact have jurisdiction for a couple of reasons. There are 20 non-consecutive full night closures proposed to replace up to 53 timber scabs. In doing that work, it is necessary to remove timber covers and bolts. You cannot have live loads on the bridge during that operation because you are, impeding public access in our discussions with Coastal Commission, not only because we are closing the bridge to traffic for, again, 20 non-consecutive nights, that does travel across waterway, which is within the state's retained jurisdiction, as well as areas within the Albion Campground Marina that is considered trust lands, as evidenced by a jurisdictional determination that was performed by the Coastal Commission's GIS mapping unit. So I disagree with Mr. Dahl's conclusion that it is not within the state's retained jurisdiction. It is. And we have discussed this with Coastal Commission at length. So we do want to, get the consolidation request approved. It just makes more sense to streamline the permitting process. We don't see that there's any reason not to approve the Elk Creek consolidation request as well. It also goes over body of water that's within the state's retained jurisdiction. And we agree with what the county's conclusion is as far as the proper notice. So those are my comments. And if you have any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Next on the line is Lisa Walker.
Good morning. I agree with Mr. Dimling's comments. I don't have anything further to add other than I support the staff's recommendation to adopt the resolution to consolidate both permits. And I'm here to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Next on the line is Anna Marie Weeble.
Hi, I want to point out that the two letters the Albion Bridge stewards submitted, one 5 pages, the other 6 pages, dealing with failure to provide required public notice, proposed county relinquishment of LCP regulatory authority over coastal development permits relating to the historical Albion River Bridge and to the Elk River Bridge. And also the letter opposition to county relinquishment of the CDP authority, Caltrans historical Albion River Bridge repair and maintenance, and Elk Creek replacement project. We're happy that Caltrans is doing maintenance and repair on both of these bridges. They're crucial. You know, if a bridge is down, then we can't function around here. In addition, there's roads that are dead-end roads like Navarro Ridge Road and Albion Ridge Road. But to have for Albion a full closure between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. in the morning over 20 working nights is undoable. It is not working for people who work here or want to enjoy a glass of wine maybe and have a dinner still and get out of there before 9. There's people who work, people who work full time. It really makes it very hard. So the full closure for 20 working nights, whether they're consecutive or not consecutive, is not working. There has to be some time when people can actually go through. I know you'll open it up for emergencies because if we need to go to the hospital or fire department or whatever, but it is really makes it unfeasible. There could be maybe partial lanes at times because we know that there's always going to be times when it will be intermittent issues, even maybe during the day, for example. And so I'm really urging you to pull these 2 items and list them separately so more people can talk about it. It's not everybody can see it hidden. So it has to do also with the legality in terms of the negative declarations, that it is much more formal and will actually be better supervised instead of just doing whatever, because Caltrans often doesn't supervise their workers, and so we end up having
Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie, you can unmute and continue talking.
Oh,
So
well,
Anne-Marie, Anne-Marie,
yeah.
I have a question for you. So, you know, of course, we want to represent the people who live in our community who have concern. I see the potential for this matter to be litigated. Would you agree?
You know, I have a feeling that you or other supervisors are worried about litigation and therefore do things which are not representing the people. It is not, I don't intend today to contact a lawyer, but we should do things that work for people. And to make the public be able to comment on this instead of having it somewhere where people don't even see it, it's just a proof. You can at least have it as a separate item and it can come back at the next meeting and people have a chance to comment on it. I think that you owe that to the public, that it's a separate matter. It will be brought up at the next Board of Supervisors meeting, and people can do the research. People can see. I mean, here you have Mr. Dahl believing one thing and Mr. Demling believing another thing. So, you know, we can sort that out, but this is needs to be better supervised also in terms of CEQA and with these, whether it's the EIR for the Elk Creek Bridge or the mitigated negative declaration for the Albion River Bridge. We need to do things correctly. And this needs to be in accordance with the environment. We cannot skirt that.
Thank you for the
Please
comments.
bring it back.
Moving on to item 3L, we have Ron Edwards on the line.
I have no comment at this time. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Any further discussion, or can I invite a motion?
I'd like to move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Let's vote.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
and Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're on to item 4A, which is jail expansion, and it's sponsored by the Executive Office.
Morning, Board. If I may, through the Chair, Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. Adoption of a resolution declaring Mendocino County's intent to use proceeds for indebtedness to reimburse itself for expenditures related to the jail expansion project. It is expected the $3 million will need to be pulled from general reserve to meet the timing obligation of April 2022 for the new jail. At the direction of this board at first quarter, the fiscal team researched options for funding the remaining obligation of $3 million for the jail and a few other urgent deferred maintenance projects. The county had an existing contract and history with K&N, who are on the line if you have any questions. As this board looks to refinance existing bonds and seek funding for prior mentioned projects, this board will need to consider the timing of the obligating requirement to fully support the new jail expansion and the timing of issuance of new bonds. The issuance is expected to be mid to late June. The fund's commitment obligation for the jail expansion is April of 2022. This resolution does not commit the county to replacing the $3 million of general reserve, but allows the county to do so should this board choose. At this time, I turn it back to the board unless you have questions for Mr. Bobby Chung.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, you know, we're living in a time at the moment of historic low interest rates, and I'm glad that the county is going to be taking advantage of these low interest rates. And I think we're going to save over $1 million in interest payments through refinancing of some existing debt, and we'll apply that to important community projects like the jail expansion project. So I think this is a smart move.
Do we have any public comment?
No, we do not.
Can I invite a motion?
Move to approve the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, let's vote.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're on to item 5A, which is a discussion and update about the Coast Emergency Winter Shelter. This is sponsored by the chair, so I'm going to hand the gavel to Vice Chair McGorty.
Okay, so we have discussion and possible action, including an informational update on the Coastal Emergency Winter Shelter. It's sponsored by Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, this shelter serves most of our coast, maybe our entire coast. And we had a bit of a change in approach this past winter. We have City of Fort Bragg on the line to present their findings about operations, the success, and areas for improvement next year.
Good morning, board. Captain O'Neill with the Fort Bragg Police Department here. First, I wanted to say thank you for the Board of Supervisors providing us this funding to allow us to do this program. It was a pretty big social experiment to have a police department take on the winter shelter, and we think we've been pretty effective. I'll take a couple minutes and run you through how we got here, where we're at, and where we're hoping to go. A little bit of background on this. In approximately November, Fort Bragg Mayor Bernie Norvell met with City Manager Tabitha Miller, Chief of Police, and myself. We had a couple meetings after we realized that no organization was planning on taking on the winter weather shelter this season. The police department agreed to take it on. We then had a meeting with Supervisor Ted Williams, who agreed to support us, to provide us the funding. And then late November, I apologize. In late November, the Board of Supervisors agreed to provide us $40,000 in funds to run this program. Our initial goals when we started this was to provide an overflow service for the city's only homeless shelter, which is the Hospitality House, to ensure that homeless individuals are provided shelter during winter weather conditions, create an opportunity for the Fort Bragg Police Department to more closely interact with the homeless population along the Mendocino coast. And we also wanted to collect data from those individuals, utilizing the service with that data intended to be used to hopefully more effectively address some of the long-term issues of homelessness along the coast. How the winter weather shelter works, it's operated when weather conditions overnight are expected to create an environment where those unable to attain shelter may face risk or death. We're using pretty much the same standard that past winter shelters used, 40 degrees or below, or a significant chance of rain. When we do decide to open, individuals have to go to the Hospitality House to check in during their dinner time at 3 o'clock. This allows them two things. Number one, it allows them to get a meal. The other one is it allows them to check and see if there's a bed available at the Hospitality House, with that being the primary goal of sheltering them there. Occupants that are in the winter weather shelter are housed in a local motel overnight. We had a little bit of difficulty finding hotels willing to take on this program. Mayor Norvell was instrumental in kind of digging around, and we eventually identified Motel 6, who was willing to take on the program. One of the motels that had originally agreed to initially pulled and said they wouldn't do it because they were concerned about the increased law enforcement activity and the effect it would have on guests and reviews. That second motel did come on board and eventually agreed to be an overflow motel should Motel 6 fill up. There are limited restrictions on those using the winter weather shelter, with the primary restrictions being no alcohol, drugs, or gas. Individuals are required to register with the Hospitality Center to ensure that they're captured in the county's homeless management information system. And we do allow pets at the hotel as long as they do not create a disturbance. Individuals that may have larger pets or may create a disturbance, we do have backup plans for sheltering those pets for the night. Winter weather shelter is limited to those individuals local to the coast. This is usually determined based on past law enforcement contacts, historical addresses, and information obtained from existing homeless services. The purpose of limiting this resource to individuals on the coast is due to the limited homeless services available outside of Ukiah, and to prevent individuals from traveling to the coast in order to obtain a motel room. Non-locals are provided a single night or a second night on a case-by-case basis. And then we always have shelter opportunities available here at the police department should they not be eligible for the winter weather shelter. During the second week that we opened up, we've seen a dramatic influx of individuals from Ukiah who traveled to Fort Bragg, approximately 12 to 15. Some of them came in RVs. All of them had vehicles that we could tell. We housed them, provided them some resources, and explained to them, why this wasn't a long-term solution, especially because once the winter weather shelter closes, we really don't have any of the shelter services for them here. Approximately 2 weeks into the program, once we were more comfortable with how it worked, we began housing 2 individuals into each room. This is actually required by the contract that the Board of Supervisors provided us. It allowed us to maximize the use of available funds and create an accountability system by having a second person in the room. Individuals are allowed to select their roommates as long as both individuals are eligible for the program. And honestly, we really thought we were going to get some pushback on that, but many of our individuals were perfectly happy with having a roommate, and they regularly now show up with the individual that they want to house with. Individuals may be banned from the winter weather shelter on either a temporary or seasonal basis by either the police department or the motel for violations of the program or property rules. Even these banned individuals, they're still eligible to be housed at the police department. We have a couple cots here. We have sleeping bags here. We haven't had anybody utilize that, but that is available for individuals. We're not going to leave anybody out in the cold. Banned individuals do remain eligible for the police department's Homeward Bound program. That's actually funded by the county as well. That funding expired back in September, and the city council stepped up and gave us $5,000 to continue the program. And in December, we learned that the county was going to allow us to use those remaining funds. So we are continuing to use that. As for the bans, only one temporary ban was assigned by the police department this season. It was for an individual that ideally they will be here by 4:30 because that's when we have staffing to process them in. This individual showed up late to the hospitality house. He was intoxicated. He was told to come straight here. Approximately 2 hours later, he showed up, and it was a pretty violent outburst, and it just wasn't a comfortable situation. We banned him for a week, offered him shelter here. He has not returned for services. That's the only ban the police department's had. We have had bans from the motel. When an individual comes in, we call the motel and see if they're eligible to stay there. Every once in a while, we get somebody that was banned for past conduct. We've had about 6 bans that were put in place for conduct that occurred in the program. One individual was observed by staff distributing drugs. Another individual left a full set of tires and rims in the hotel, and the hotel had to pay to dispose. Another individual was intoxicated and got hostile with hotel staff. And again, all these individuals are still able to be sheltered at the police department in extreme conditions. Statistics: first night the police department opened the shelter was December 11th. Since then, the shelter has been open for 21 nights. During those nights, we provided 106 bed nights, with 67 of those beds going to males and 39 beds going to females. 81 of those beds were utilized by individuals defined as locals, and 20 of the nights have been used by non-locals. Some of the non-locals that have also used the program, we had a stranded traveler whose rental car broke down. We had an individual who came here for her mother's funeral and simply didn't have the finances to stay anywhere. They were both provided housing. The program has used $14,544 as of yesterday of the $40,000. At this pace of spending, we believe we'll be able to operate the winter shelter through the end of March, which is part of the contract. The contract also allows us to continue to use those funds past March 31st. We do hope that the Board of Supervisors will allow us to do that. And we would use those funds if it was past March 31st. Some items might be like domestic violence victims, individuals that just kind of need emergency housing for a couple nights, and that would give us another resource to provide. We pay $145.86 per night for each motel room. I understand that sounds a little pricey. The reason why was we decided on a flat rate with the motel because we had to take into account the tourism influxes. Hotel rooms on a Wednesday are obviously going to be priced much different than on a holiday weekend or a Christmas weekend. The motel was comfortable with that. The other thing that did was it allowed us to really be able to track funds really easily as they came through instead of having different rates and different invoicing. We invoice the county every month by the 15th at their request. I think we've stayed current on that. And additionally, the flat rate reduces staff hours with our finance department and so forth. Comparison to previous shelters, I was unable to locate the numbers for the previous shelters. However, I work closely with those programs, and they averaged about 6 to 8 individuals a night. Staffing was an issue with those programs, and even more so during COVID. When COVID was going on, the city actually added $15,000 to supplement the county's funds so that they could raise the wages for these staff to try to get people in there. I'm assuming that each night took about 24 to 30 staff hours with 2 staff members in there. Our program is running just about the same efficiency as the previous program for funds wise when you count bed nights versus how much it's costing. We have gotten some community concerns. Several community members have asked for the program to be moved back to the churches. The police department supports this request. We don't believe it should be here. We're happy to host it, and we're happy we're doing something. If there are any organizations or churches out there that are either interested in running this program next season at the Board of Supervisors consent, or they just want to see how our program's going and see if they can provide supplemental shelter for some individuals that may not want to hang out at the police department as much, they can reach out to me directly. I'll gladly work with them. I'd also like to point out that the previous manner of sheltering all the individuals in one room probably wouldn't have been very feasible during COVID. Right now, we've got 2 to a room. We understand there's concerns there, but I think it's a little better than putting 8 in a room. The other concerns we've had is individuals having to walk from the hospitality house to here. It's about a 7-block walk. We understand that on days when it's dumping rain, our officers regularly go back and forth to the hospitality house and kind of pick up people along the way. And under previous programs, they actually had to walk from the hospitality house to the food bank, which is about the same distance. So not much of a difference. The other one is concerns that individuals aren't utilizing the program because they have to interact with law enforcement. If this one's occurring, most of our referrals come from the hospitality house, hospitality center, APS. If you know somebody that is just adamant that doesn't want to interact with law enforcement during the registration process, which is about 5 minutes, they can reach out to me and we're willing to make some concessions on that. I think we have a really good relationship with our local homeless and transient community, and I don't see that as a huge issue. Some of the issues that it's caused our department, every night we open costs us about 3 staff hours. Those are not reimbursable. The city is eating those. Additional staff hours are used for finance, for invoicing, and so forth. The program has generated approximately 12 law enforcement calls for service in the immediate area of the motels. This is mostly due to individuals refusing to leave the property. They'll store large amounts of property outside the hotel. The hotels ask that we keep leftover property here, and we offer that. Individuals that show up with carts or so forth, we allow them to take a couple bags and then we store it out back and keep it out the weather. They can pick it up the next day. Or just individuals loitering in the nearby area after they check out at 11. The last issue, which I'm open for suggestions from the community, is the majority of our street people that we're really familiar with are those individuals that are sleeping in the downtown. They stopped using the program in the first couple of weeks. We really honestly kind of had to beg them to get them into shelter in the first place. Most of them made it about one night and then they didn't want to use it anymore. I've spoken to several of them, and really honestly, it comes down to that their mental health situation does not make them very comfortable, even in a motel room by themselves. We did have one individual, we had a success story where he found a good roommate. He was willing to use it for a couple nights, but on night 4, he had some pretty bad outbursts and was not allowed back at the hotel. Some future goals. We really want to close this program up and seamlessly transfer it to somebody else with all the paperwork and so forth, if the Board of Supervisors approves that. So, and for next season, so that the next agency doesn't have to reinvent the wheel trying to put this together. The other one is, and this one's kind of fell off because we've had such mild weather for a month. We haven't been open very much. We were coordinating with the Hospitality Center and Redwood Community Services to identify daytime programs where individuals could be loosely mandated to attend these daytime programs in order to continue to use the shelter. The Hospitality House has something similar where they kind of have a punch card that says, hey, I attended some classes, and that's how they maintain their residency. And we were really looking for a way to look at some way to make this better for the long-term homeless community and try to put some more resources involved. In closing, for special thanks, this program would not be successful without several people. Deanne Garcia is a part-time employee that we hired to help with fingerprinting. She became the lead in this program, and it was probably more than she asked for, and she's done it with an amazing smile and been a great help for me. Motel 6 General Manager Calvin Pierce has worked with us really, really well. He's been patient with us on invoicing, how we're going to do this. We meet about once a week. We've developed a really good relationship with them. Mayor Norvell, who laid a bunch of the groundwork for this, and now that I'm this late in the presentation, I remember he told me he was going to introduce this first, so hopefully he's not too mad at me. Supervisor Williams for having that brief meeting with us and supporting us and bringing it back to the Board of Supervisors. And Becky Emery at the county, who really expedited this and got us going from, I think, when we made the request till we were up and running was about 3 weeks. And last, Paul Davis at the Hospitality Center for asking the 100 questions I've had about how this was going to work and how we were going to do this. And with that, I will open it up to questions. Or Mayor Norvell to speak his piece.
Mayor Norvell, before we start questions, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation, Captain O'Neill. I'd just like to really quickly thank the supervisors in the county, especially Supervisor Williams, as Captain O'Neill mentioned, for working with us, and the cooperation and the willingness of both Becky Emery and Darcy Antle to make sure that this thing went on seamlessly. So thank you very much.
Well, thank both of you, and thank you, Captain O'Neill, for such a comprehensive report. We have a question from Supervisor Williams. Ted, you're on mute. There you go.
I want to thank all parties. I'm really impressed. I think the police department did an outstanding job. I've only heard people praise the effort, and change is hard. We took a different approach during COVID, and I see it as a success. So I want to thank you. I want to thank the city for being a partner in putting this together. Supervisor Jurdy, who was chair last year and welcomed some delegation because this was a coast-wide issue, but was with us every step of the way. And the hotels, because they are one of the partners that really made this possible. And I guess the question for Captain O'Neill, hearing that some tires were left, is it within our current contract for the county to pick up that expense? I don't want to stick one of our partners with an unexpected expense.
Yes, our current contract allows for incidentals. We plan for that, damages to the room. Thankfully, the cost of them was minor. The tire shop is right next door and they agreed to take them. So their cost to them would have been the involve of staff hours dragging them over. And I think there was some staining to the carpet, but that would really be the only incidental cost that the motel has told us about.
Thank you. And then I'm hoping our social services director, Becky Emery, can share some data about participation at the shelter this winter.
Good morning, members of the board, Chair Williams, CEO Angelo, and County Council. My name is Becky Emery, and I serve as the Social Services Director. I really want to thank Supervisor Williams for sponsoring today's update and his efforts in bringing this project to fruition. I also, of course, want to thank the City of Fort Bragg, Mayor Norval, Chief Nolte, and his officers, including Captain Thomas O'Neill, in spearheading this project. It has continued to meet an urgent need in our coastal community. Captain O'Neill did a fantastic job of providing the data and the updates in all of the individuals that have been served through their efforts. And so I also want to say I appreciate the Mendocino Coast Hospitality Center in completing the required reporting homeless management information for them. And that we are certainly open to partnering with any other community partners. I recognize that COVID has had a significant impact on those response efforts, but certainly that we would be open to a collaborative effort in the future with our churches or other partners there and working with Captain O'Neill to transition this program. And I thank you for the opportunity to recognize the great work of the City of Fort Bragg and their police department. I can certainly provide ongoing numbers of regarding our homeless, but as to this particular project, Captain O'Neill's numbers are actually more current than mine because mine are running off of the last invoice that we received as of December. So I would defer to him as far as those that have been served directly through this program so far.
Any additional comments or questions from board members? Clerk of the board, are there any public comments?
There are no public comments.
Okay, well, again, from my own perspective, it's great to see such amazing collaboration in our community to solve a really difficult problem, and I thank everyone who's been involved with it. Do I hear a motion to accept information update on coastal emergency winter shelter?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Call for the vote.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
and Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you all again.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now turn the meeting back over to Chair Williams.
Okay, item 4B, this is about the Cannabis Equity Program and associated manual. It's sponsored by the Cannabis program. Director Nevidal. You're muted.
My apologies. Hello, this is Kristen Evidal, Cannabis Program Director. I apologize for the slow entry into the meeting. I was having a little technical difficulties, it appears. So I want to thank the boards of supervisors for allowing us to bring this item forward today. The department is seeking approval for a resolution that would provide the Cannabis Director with the authority to amend the Mendocino County Local Equity Policy Manual and implement changes as necessary. This is in an effort to expand the fee waiver, direct grant, and technical assistance programs to the extent allowed by the state regulations, and with guidance from the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, as well as oversight or working with County Council to ensure that those amendments are implementable and also in compliance with state guidelines. I'm happy to respond to questions regarding this item.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I'm wondering if the team at MCP has had the opportunity to review the suggestions made by MCA, by the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I didn't have any objections to their suggestions, and I wondered if you all had reviewed them and saw any concerns.
We did review those suggestions. I would think my primary concern is timing. So I know that there is a lot of desire amongst equity applicants to have taxes considered, especially cannabis business taxes considered for the direct grant program itself. I do not think that there is a way to amend the policy manual in a manner that will allow for extended opportunities for this fiscal cycle. So we're currently in an award cycle that we need to close out by the end of February. We have a number of grant awardees or grant applications agreements that have been approved. So I do not see how we would amend any policies in time to offer changes to those grant awardees that are in this current award cycle. Additionally, I don't think we would be able to amend the grant agreements that are in process through Cobblestone and the county's approval process without starting that approval process over. And last but not least, I don't believe there's a way to allow an equity applicant who has been awarded the ability to change the scope of their award after the check has been issued. So if we update the program to expand criteria of what's allowed and someone has already received a check, I don't see how we would possibly allow them to change their budget and their scope once we've completed the award process.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Supervisor McGordy.
So Kristen, how do you verify how people spend their money in the grant program?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for that. So they'll be turning in receipts to us to show that they have utilized the funding in the manner that was proposed and agreed upon in the budget scope and the scope of work paperwork that's then written into the grant agreement itself.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, so besides the issue of retroactive use of this money for taxes or whatever changes are allowed in the new program, do you have any other problems with anything that MCA has presented, such as, we're directing you to do it to maximize the allowable uses? and to make that effective, immediately or as soon as possible. Are there any problems with those issues?
Well, I think that it does bring some questions up. So I don't think there's an issue with directing the department to make changes, right? We are asking for the ability to make changes as necessary to ensure that there's access to this program. However, immediately, I think we want to be able to make changes in a timely manner, but as necessary in an ongoing fashion. So I would encourage the board to make sure that whatever we move forward today with doesn't prohibit us from making additional changes down the road, right? I don't see this as a potentially like a one-time update, so to speak, and we're not seeking a one-time authorization. And then additionally, we want to be mindful, I think, to not have a series of rolling changes. So right now, I feel like we need to close out the fiscal funding pool that we're in, which closes in February, the end of February, and then we would want to make changes pretty immediately so that we can award the next round of funding based on updated criteria. But then I don't think we want to consider making changes again until maybe we get into the third round of funding. We want applicants to be able to know what they're applying for and not feel yo-yoed or hold off on submitting their applications because they're hoping for changes to come about. So I think we just want to be really mindful about timing and make sure that it doesn't limit us by being directed to do something immediately. And then also just be clear on what we can offer.
And one of the things I'd like to also add to this is that if there are any changes that are made to the manual, that you report that back to the Board of Supervisors as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
So, Kristen, what kind of things do you think need to be changed? What's your highest priority? So you're at the moment.
Some of the highest priority changes I would say would be working with the state to develop a program or criteria that allows for the direct grant to be used on upcoming taxes, cannabis business taxes. There's no ability for the direct grant to be utilized on delinquent or previously required business taxes. So we'd be looking forward on that. There's also been a lot of questions amongst applicants about when an individual applies for an equity grant, but is a partnership or in a partner in a business, can they then have that check drafted or cut to the business? Other jurisdictions allow for an equity applicant to receive equity award, a direct grant award to their business if they own 50 or 51% of that business. So we wanted to look into that to help make a smoother payment opportunity for some of those individuals. And then we also are looking forward to working with the auditor's office to see if there's a way that we can do direct deposit instead of cutting checks. So I think those are the three priorities that we have on our plate currently.
And I assume you'll be discussing these things with the ad hoc on the equity grants.
Yes.
So we should have a pretty direct line. I like your idea about trying to set a date so it's really clear to everybody, because that seems to be something that is a constant problem with between your department and the cannabis community, is that there's a lot of uncertainty and unknowns. And the more clear we can make everything, the less misunderstanding. So I fully support that. So that at some point in the cycle, it should be really clear, this is what you can do. And we know that in advance so that things don't become a crisis and emergency that causes a lot of angst and also a lot of correspondence between us and the cannabis world. So we want to keep this as open and transparent a process as possible.
Do we have any public comment?
We do. First on the line is Michael Catt, followed by Paul and Ron Edwards.
Good morning, Board and Director Nevedal. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I want to thank you all so much for engaging in this conversation. I sincerely appreciate the consideration for our recommendations. I do want to raise some questions to some of the items that Director Nevedal mentioned regarding the concerns about timing and the possibility of making these changes in a way that would impact existing grantees. In a webinar that was put on by the Cannabis Elevate Impact Mendo repeatedly many months ago, it was discussed that, you know, understanding that certain things would shift after budgets had been approved and that people would be able to actually make adjustments to their budgets afterwards, after they had been received a check. I don't know that there's anywhere in the state law that says that folks could not do that. And so this is exactly the kind of thing that we're talking about with wanting to make sure that this is changed as soon as possible to the maximum allowable uses. So basically anything that is not forbidden by the state would be allowed. And what we're hoping to see is support from the program and support from county council and ultimately from the board in making those changes so that our beleaguered community can in fact use these funds in a way that they need to immediately. As many of you may know, some folks are very concerned that they're going to be charged, you know, $14,000 in taxes for this just for receiving the grants. And they're being told that they're not going to be able to use the grant money to cover those taxes. Well, that's a huge issue because these are folks who are, many of them low income and are struggling significantly. So again, the language that we're requesting here is to kind of break through any of these potential holdups where the director might not see how something might be possible, to create direction that makes it clear that the board would like to see every attempt made to let every possible use be included and that it's accessible to any grantee. So we're looking to reduce barriers to access and not have them remain because of, you know, uncertainty. So that's what we're requesting, and we certainly hope that the board will consider that. We have in here number 3, directing continuous updating of the manual. So please, these 3 points, we sincerely request that this be the resolution that is passed today. Thank you for your consideration.
Next in the line is Paul Hansberry.
Hello, this is Paul Hansberry, and my partner Susan is sharing the computer with me. She would like to speak after me if that's at all possible. Chair Williams and board, I think you may know that I'm one of the guinea pigs that has been used during this process to help to develop it. I'm one of the people that will be charged $14,000 of taxes, both in self-employment and in income taxes, that has to come out of my pocket for things that, well, let's just say that when we was first proposed that this grant would be available, I was very excited. And now it's going to be more of a drain than anything else. I've been through the yo-yo that Director Nevedal was talking about, having to change my budget several times because things were allowed and then they weren't, and then they were. And then being advised not to change it because it would just further delay. Well, in February, I finally got to sign this document, and I was advised to take the check and then make amendments afterwards. That's while I was signing it. Yes, take the check, get the money, and then it's very easy to make the amendments. When I saw this on the agenda today, I thought it would do a couple of great things. I thought it would help to satisfy Chair Williams's concern about how frequently cannabis is mentioned during his meetings. And I also thought it would introduce common sense to the program. Kristen is the most qualified to understand the needs and desires of the cannabis community, and had to give up some of her activities that made her the most qualified for the position. We thought that her discretion, her ability to use her discretion in reviewing these amendments would actually be a benefit. Now I'm hearing that that's not the case. Now I'm hearing that whatever is in my budget that is fixed and set in stone, and I won't be able to amend this budget. Now I'm hearing that I will in fact have to pay this $14,000 in tax, even though it is allowable by the state. I've spoken to the Deputy Assistant Director for GoBiz about this program, and they said that the taxation is not a big deal. I've spoken to her. She said reimbursement is in fact a tool that's used by other jurisdictions. So the maximum allowable, at least the way that it's read in the agenda item, is very misleading. And I'm not sure if I can go through with this the way that is being presented this morning. I'd like to pass the microphone over to my cohort, Susan, because it's a little confusing about how we signed up, if that's at all possible. Thank you very much for your consideration.
That's fine.
Hello, good morning. Can I be heard?
We can hear you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. Susan Tibbin, Lovingly and Legally. We strongly support the language of 4B. You know, since the legalization of cannabis, the county and we who have sought guidance have been all but thrown under the bus, despite the tireless work of the board. We've been saddled with numerous program directors who have had no background or understanding of the position of the county and the small farmers. When we started working with Ms. Nevedal, it was light at the end of the tunnel, we thought. Ms. Nevedal's background, her firsthand knowledge of procedure, farming, cannabis, and community are stellar. 4B will allow Ms. Nevedal to do what she does best, freeing up the board for other important matters. It's unfortunate she's had to forfeit many of her other spheres of activity, but nonetheless, her commitment to serving the cannabis board program and her demonstrated excellence gives us hope that Mendocino County and the director will position our county as a leader in fair, knowledge-based protocol. However, please be aware that we small farmers do not have an extra $14,000 lying around. A $50,000 grant is desperately needed. And God knows we have been cobbled and bleeding down the road, but we just don't have an extra $14,000 lying around. We can barely pay for gas. We have been waiting for years to go forward. And frankly, I do not understand why we're the sacrificial guinea pigs. We stepped forward and we're being priced out and punished for being on the front lines. So I am respectfully begging you, actually, we are out of money and we're almost out of time. Please, please, in consideration for all of us small farmers and the fact that particularly Lovingly and Legally has stepped forward, as several other people have, please work with us and allow us to take this wonderful grant and pay the taxes from the grant. Thank you for this opportunity, and please excuse me for being so emotional, but this has been a very, very rocky road. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Next in the line is Ron Edwards.
Yes, good morning, Board and Director Nevedal. I am still concerned that we haven't heard a definitive definition from the state on dispersing the funds by the end of this month. It has been they may or may not. It would be nice to have clarity on that, as the MCA memo was very detailed in their request. I would like to have clarity on that. I also believe that there is no real state law that prohibits the paying of taxes. And we go around and around on this, and it brings up another tax-based issue, is that will the recipients of the grant be able to use grant money to pay for property tax improvements, which some of these recipients will be hit with in the next tax year. So I think that that's very important to understand, that state law does not prohibit what MCA is asking for. It doesn't prohibit, as Paul Hansberry pointed out, other jurisdictions using these funds for the taxes. So I hope that we could look into that and research that quite a bit more, because it will affect quite a few farmers in the county. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Can we refer the issues raised in public comment on this item to the ad hoc, or Supervisor McGordy? Are you willing to take all of those with Supervisor Haschek?
So my reaction is that we'll gladly take them, but I don't know that we have the expertise to answer them. So now we're talking about tax law, which is something that I'm not sure. This is a complicated situation because there's state taxes, there's federal taxes. The state of California recognizes cannabis as legal. The feds don't. What are the implications of using the funds for paying federal tax? I don't know. We need some assistance here, probably from county council. But otherwise, yes, we do have an ad hoc, and we are dedicated to trying to make the system work.
And if if the ad hoc needs an opinion, you can come back and ask the board for outside counsel if that's what it takes.
Yeah,
I don't want you to feel blocked. I think you have the resources, but it's not effective for the 5 of us to brainstorm in real time. I think it's better that the ad hoc take this offline and report back.
I agree, and we're willing to do it.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say, is that we should have county council, MCA, MCP, and ad hoc sit down together and try to work this out, see what's, we have the direction from the board that we want to allow as much as possible. So with that kind of direction, we can get stuff done, I think.
Director.
Yes, I would also, we need to have further conversation with the state, right? So in our exchanges with the state regarding taxes specifically, the program has to focus on startup and ongoing expenses. So previous expenses do not necessarily qualify as startup and ongoing expenses, which is where we bumped up against the issue with awarding direct grants for delinquent taxes. So we'll want to make sure that we continue to communicate with the state and run by them any implementation processes we develop looking forward. And I do want to make some clarification about adjustments to budgets and scope. It is true that after an awardee has been issued a check that they can make a budget or make adjustments to the budget and scope. However, they cannot add new projects to the scope. So if there's, say, 5 projects that were awarded in the scope of the direct grant, and project number 4 ends up costing less, and project number 5 ends up costing more, they can move those monies, so to speak, to what wasn't an expense in item 4 to cover the expenses of item 5. But once an agreement is approved and the check is issued, there's no ability to add new scope. It's a contract. So without going back and somehow revisiting and changing the contract, you can't add new items or projects to that contract after it's completed, signed, and the check has been issued. So I think that's where we have a little bit of confusion about what can be amended in a budget and scope post agreement award. So I just wanted to try to clear that up a bit. And then I'll lower my hand and take any additional questions.
Not seeing any hands. Can I invite a motion?
I move the recommended action.
I'll second.
Oh, we have a Supervisor Haschek.
And does that recommended action include the direction that the ad hoc will work with those parties mentioned? To try to...
I think we have a handshake. It's within the scope of the ad hoc. I haven't seen any objections. So yes, thank you for taking that on. Clerk, can you conduct the vote?
Supervisor Haschek?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Recommended action carries unanimously.
Okay, and with that, we're going to take a break until 10:40.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated, because I love my family and I love my community. to see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
But we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe. by being careful not to spread the virus,
and by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
we need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ihr werdet mehr, ja?
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we
we're
do
going to
not
move to
have.
item 4E, the CEO's report, and this will be presented by soon-to-be interim CEO Darcy Antle.
Thank you, Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. I'd like to start with a budget update. That is in attachment 1. This does not represent a complete picture as there is a lag time for interdepartmental billing and collections. It also excludes revenue, as revenue due typically is being drawn down annually or quarterly from the states or federal government. The recap does not present each department's projected outcome, as this is captured during the mid-year report, which will be on March 15th this year. There is a new attachment 1, was uploaded yesterday, as the December month end close was last week. Prevention, recovery, resiliency, and mitigation. The Consolidated Debris Removal Program for the Hopkins Fire is a great collaboration between the state, the county, and the homeowners. This has been a really efficient process and is working well. I know myself and Supervisor McGordy, as well as the PERM team, have been out there recently. PERM staff have continued to build connections with the community partners to better understand and support the needs of the residents in the unincorporated area of the county. Agricultural update. The Ag Department has 3 very active things happening this month. The Liquid Petroleum and Gas Study to help the National Conference on Weights and Measures in policymaking decisions. They will be testing grape thermometers for accuracy ahead of bud break and potentially damaging cold temperatures. We could only wish for rain. And accepting applications for the industrial hemp 2-year program. Behavioral health and recovery services. February is the Eating Disorder Month. You can obtain grants that they have received and other updates in attachment 2. Code enforcement. 2 supervising code enforcement officers have been filled, and their summary report of their work is in attachment 3. Board of Supervisors directives are being updated for the department head evaluations on February 24th and 25th. All department directives will be discussed with the board during these evaluations. Facilities Fleet and Central Service Agency, the space utilization and needs assessment contract was awarded at the December 14th meeting. Staff is meeting with the team to provide basic information and develop the process for gathering additional buildings and departments' data. Anticipated draft report and findings space analyst is due early September. At the December 7th board meeting, an energy audit presented by Wilden, including recommendations for energy and saving improvement and projects, was accepted. Staff will continue to work with Wilden to develop specific project priorities and develop a lease model for the county vehicle, skipped a line, financing obtained, projected policies, financing options for the board to consider and approve. Fleet Staff continues ongoing meetings with Enterprise Fleet Management and Systems for the development of a lease model for county vehicles to use the rollout as a one pilot department. Parks Need Assessment Phase 2 is in its final stages, working with the board ad hoc members, Mulhern and McGordy. Phase 2 report will be presented to the full board on March 15th board meeting. There's an extensive information technology update in attachment 5. Three things I would like to point out is the Aumentum property tax system is underway and is requiring a large workload impact for the assessor, auditor, and treasurer tax collector, as well as IT. Enterprise system upgrade will happen this Friday, February 11th, and our system will be down on Friday, as well as they are moving forward with Office 365. Human resource update, you'll see there's information for the Civil Service Commission, the extraordinary merits, which are required to be reported to this board, and the vacancy list. As we move on to the Cultural Services Agency, there's many things happening at the library. In Fort Bragg, in February, they celebrated Chinese New Year's with the Tiger Origami Party. Round Valley staff welcomed 2 enthusiastic school second grade classes in January and 2 more in February. Tours and walkthrough and reading aloud. Ukiah staff continue to work with River Oak School to present a Zoom program, A Gathering of Hearts, on February 5th. They presented storytelling, circle games, and a puppet play. Willits staff painted a window mural to raise awareness about seasonal affective disorder and provided information regarding how to treat it. The museum, in collaboration with the Roots of Motive Power, the museum will host a series of behind-the-scenes tours of the engine house and museum collection facility on the last Saturday of February, March, and April. And you can reserve tickets at museummendocinocounty.org. I can't say enough about the Animal Care Services and Rich Molinari and his team. He's very consistent in their work and committed to the community and to the animals of our community. And their report is on page 7. Then you can see the upcoming board meetings, dates of interest, and the attachments in the back of the packet. That's all I have to report.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. So Deputy or Assistant CEO Antle, that, with the code enforcement, and I don't know if you're the person to answer this, but, we're talking about this enhanced code enforcement policy. And, we are looking at what they were doing in Humboldt with sending out notices to what they could see as violations. And so I was wondering if that is happening or is that in the plan for code enforcement when they hire these 2 new people? Just a status update would be appreciated.
CEO Antle, is that something we can answer now, or could perhaps a written update come back on consent at a future meeting? We're not hearing Chambers.
We can come back to it.
Do we still have the clerk? I understand this problem with the microphone, and they're remedying it.
I might just take this opportunity to thank staff for the CEO report being published in Spanish as well as English, and I hope that continues.
Okay, CEO Antle. Supervisor McWherty.
So again, we're kind of waiting here. I noticed the behavioral health received a planning grant in the amount of $150,000 to be used towards exploring the expansion of our continuum of care in Mendocino County, which is something that is in our strategic plan. I'm really excited to see that, where we try to take individuals and look at them holistically and provide services for multiple departments if they're having health issues.
I see that we have planning and building, perhaps code enforcement with an update.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Julia Krog, Assistant Director, and I've been joined in the room here by John Burks, our Code Enforcement Manager. And if Supervisor Hashak could just repeat the question again, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, thank you for being on call. That the question is, with the enhanced code enforcement, are we planning on doing a program like they're doing in Humboldt, where they're sending out notices to people who are unpermitted growers that we can see through satellite imagery or whatever means?
Yeah, so this is John Burks, the Code Enforcement Manager. Thank you for asking that question. And if I may respond through the chair to Supervisor Hashak. Okay, very good. As part of our overall strategy, yes, we discussed how to be able to do that. We're still waiting for the resources to come online before we take any directed enforcement or proactive steps. So that's something that we're anticipating for the summer. So as of the moment now, if any of our community members receive communication from code enforcement, it is actively being investigated. So we're not in any type of blanket noticing, if you will, as the Humboldt model addressed, larger areas, multiple parcels at one time. We anticipate that we will incorporate that as part of our strategy. So just please know that if you do receive communication from us, there is an active investigation, and that those notices should be taken very seriously, because there's likely to be additional enforcement actions taken if we can't, resolve the situation by achieving compliance. So to answer your question, yes, it is part of the strategy. And are we doing it now? No, we're still using our original method of enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
We have Supervisor McWherty.
So another question for you, John. In the case of somebody who's completely unlicensed and unpermitted, will they be referred to our soon-to-be open Phase 3 portal to become compliant, and in the meantime, what happens to their operation?
So yeah, we'll definitely provide them, any knowledge that we have and resources to get them plugged into any available options through the cannabis permitting program. However, it is unlikely that they'll be able to cultivate above the personal exemption at that time. So as long as they're moving towards compliance in terms of permitting any non-permitted cannabis infrastructure or structures in general, or legalizing any development, that would all be for the good in terms of working towards perhaps a pathway into a legal permitted cannabis cultivation site. But in the meantime, you can't commercially cultivate without a permit. So if they don't have that already, we would encourage them to apply as that becomes available, but you can't commercially cultivate in the meantime above the personal exemption amount.
Do we have public comment on the CEO report?
We do. On the line, we have Ron Edwards.
Yes, thank you, Board. I'm concerned about the resources of code enforcement. I know that in the program in Humboldt County, their board voted to spend the $250,000 for satellite imagery. And I don't know what the plan is for Mendocino County. Is there, I haven't seen a proposal for code enforcement for this satellite imagery. And I'm concerned, as I was before, that the money for the cannabis programs, there definitely is a firewall, because the state did not allow that money to be used for enforcement, but to help people in the program. So I'm concerned about what satellite imagery will be used and particularly how that will be paid for. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, supervisors, you ready to accept and move on? As check.
Yeah, could planning and building respond to that comment?
Yes, hi, this is John Burks, the Code Enforcement Manager, if I may respond to the community through the chair, of course. So satellite imagery being, for lack of a better term, the way of the future is going to be utilized, I think, by the county as a whole for multiple purposes, specifically to reduce costs in terms of travel time, site inspections. I mean, there's a multitude of uses for it, and it's most likely, based on all of our internal discussions, going to be spread fairly broadly amongst many departments. It's just too good to pass up for a lot of different reasons. So as far as code enforcement's accessibility, we've already begun to use some smaller contracts. The cannabis permitting program also will be applying for additional satellite imagery contracts that will, I'm sure, be made available on a broader scale to use. Having it is just a tool. It's not really going to do anything other than just help our current efforts. It's not going to amplify or reduce by not having or having. It's just an investigative tool at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
So again, a question to code enforcement: is the service going to be to multiple departments, or will you have your own dedicated software and access?
It's going to be used for multiple departments. There's a couple of smaller contracts that we've already received to sort of move our investigative efforts forward here at planning and building, but we're collectively using many departments' feedback right now and sort of the trial stages to figure out what directions we will want to go. But it looks like the best path forward is for multiple contracts to be used by multiple departments. It really creates a high level of efficiency, and our communication on that particular subject is very good and increased a lot recently.
Okay, not seeing any more discussion. I think we should accept the CEO's report and move on to item 4F, which is our ledge platform update. And do we have Deputy CEO Morris on the call?
We're pulling her in right now.
Oops. Okay. Good morning, Chair Williams and board members. Just a very quick update on the ledge efforts going on in Sacramento. Obviously, it's early in the legislative process. Deadline is still late next week for introduction of legislation. Meanwhile, there's about 2,000 bills already in process. Just a couple highlights. There has been an introduction of a bill, AB 1773, to help out with Williamson Act funding to about $40 million. Obviously, it's very early. We won't have any result of what that will look like when the process is done, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Also, there's about 5 bills COVID related. One you likely have heard regarding sick leave is anticipated to reach the governor late this week or early next week. That will probably be the earliest set of bills that will make it to his desk. Other than that, I just wanted to bring those bits of information to your attention. If you have any questions, I'm happy to help.
Any public comments?
No, there's not.
Any questions or comments from supervisors? Not seeing any. Let's accept the ledge platform update. And we're on to adjournment to closed session, where we will hear items 9A, and which is the Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator, And the agency negotiators are Carmel Angelo, Sherry Johnson, Darcy Antle, John Holtzman, employee organizations all. And 9B, Government Code Section 54956.9D4, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, one case. Are there any public comments on the closed session?
We already did closed session this morning with the consent calendar.
Supervisor Jordy.
So we're not going to closed session on those two items?
No, I think the clerk was indicating that we did public comment on the closed session.
Yes, public comment.
Okay.
We are.
I just asked that the clerk text me the closed session in addition to email me the closed session link.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, so just for the public's awareness that we'll be going from closed session into lunch. Is that the story, or are we coming back?
We will reconvene at 1:30 after the lunch recess.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the clerk will send out the link.
Deputy Clerk of the Board, Dina Guerra sent it again about 5, maybe 10 minutes ago to all 5 of you.
Okay, let's adjourn and we'll meet in closed session as soon as possible.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
Some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
for our patients,
for our elders, for ourselves, for you, for us,
for our community,
por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
when we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed,
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place,
and when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone,
especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible,
to save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares. We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ihr wird's mehr, ja?
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
wamanye mape,
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone. Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet me आए.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
Ihr werdet mir ja.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं. या ये all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too. Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
On 7A, direction was given to staff. On 7B, the board voted unanimously to enter an amicus curiae in City of Fort Bragg v. Mendocino Railway, Mendocino County Superior Court case number 21CV00850. Next up, we have item 4C, a notice public hearing, discussion and possible action to consider an appeal of the coastal permit administrator for approval of a coastal development permit CDP 2017-0038 to construct a two-story single-family residence with appurtenant structures located at 1401 North Highway 1, Albion, APN 126-010-04, including possible adoption of a resolution making required findings and affirming the action of the coastal permit administrator. The sponsor is Planning and Building. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence received has been uploaded to the item.
Okay, and then do any supervisors need to note any correspondence or telephone calls received? Not seeing any. I have one I think was uploaded, but for the record from Diane Wiedemann as an individual. Okay, with that, we're going to open the public hearing. There will be a staff report followed by an applicant presentation up to 20 minutes, and then public input. And then applicant will be allowed 5 minutes for final comments. Staff will present their final remarks and reminders, and then the board will be free to ask questions of staff, applicant, and the public before we close the hearing. Planning and Building, would you like to begin with a presentation?
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Julia Krog, Assistant Director. And I'd like to note that today I have with me Matt Goines, who's the project planner for this coastal development permit. So we're going to keep our presentation brief, and we'll start off by just stating, as you see in the attachments that are provided for this item, the Coastal Development Permit CDP 2017-0038 was approved by the Coastal Permit Administrator on May 13, 2021. There's various attachments included for this agenda item, including the original Coastal Permit Administrator staff report, the action sheet, memorandum for today's hearing, the appeal filed, and additional attachments which are pertinent to the board's consideration. One of the attachments that I want to draw your attention to is a letter from the California Coastal Commission, which is regarding the inconsistency of the approved project with the permit issued by their office for the subdivision that created the subject parcel upon which the development is located. The letter notes that the applicant would need to modify the permit with the California Coastal Commission to address the 18-foot height limitation that was imposed within that permit if they wish to build out the permit that was approved locally, which approved a 2-story residence. So I do want to make sure it's clear that as approved, there is no inconsistency with the county's certified local coastal program, and the county was not required to enforce that 18-foot height limitation, which is recorded as a CCNR or a code covenant and restriction, which our office does not enforce. Those are typically enforced through homeowners associations. So I do want to note that since preparation of staff's memorandum for this item, we see that the applicant has submitted a revised design for the residence. This also includes recommendations from a qualified biologist for the revised design. Based upon the timing of this revised design, staff recommends that the board remand the project to the Coastal Permit Administrator for further consideration, specifically to ensure that the revised design is consistent with the county's certified local coastal program, including consultation with state agencies, the Coastal Commission, Fish and Wildlife, and that it's analyzed pursuant to CEQA, including the mitigated negative declaration that was adopted by the Coastal Permit Administrator on May 13th. We are available and happy to answer any questions the board may have, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Let's hold off on questions until we get through all the presentations. Next up, we have the applicant with up to 20 minutes.
Hello, I'm Jason Kirkman. My wife, Carol Kawase, and I are the owners of the property we're discussing today. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. In attachment B of their appeal documents, the appellants state the Navarro Point Preserve and the nearby coastal trail across Highway 1 will be highly impacted by our home. I want you to be able to evaluate this concern for yourselves. So I'd like to show you around the neighborhood. There are 2 images in PDF format in the materials I provided to you of a photograph of the area. You won't be able to appreciate a lot of detail in those PDFs, so I want to show you that photograph in much greater detail. Mr. Chairman, may I please share my screen and show our viewers some Albion scenery?
Yes, but the clerk needs a copy. Have you submitted a copy, or can you do that now?
I'm unable to submit the entire image because it's a very large file. It would have to be sent as a link, and the clerk informed me that they could not click any outside links.
Can we stop the timer for a moment? County Counsel, can you weigh in on the appropriateness?
Mr. Chair, I would suggest that it may be appropriate to allow the applicant to go ahead and share the screen, show the materials, but require that copies be submitted, conforming copies be submitted afterwards. Whether that's by physical media or whatever means, so that it can be clearly entered into the record.
And can the applicant agree to those terms?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, then go ahead and share, and we'll start the timer.
Well, the timer screen is covering up my taskbar.
I think we can resume the timer. The clerk can stop sharing, and then you can share.
Great. Okay. Okay. Can everyone see the photo on the screen?
We can see it.
Okay, great. This is a panoramic photograph taken from a single location on the Navarro Point Preserve. Everything in this photograph is visible from that spot on the preserve, and this photograph has not been photoshopped or altered in any way. This is the parking lot on the preserve. This is our parcel. These are our story poles. Please note that the tallest story pole marked the height of the second story. And as the applicants are aware, the appellants are aware, we have eliminated that second story. This tallest story pole has been removed. So as you can see, our parcel is in plain view of the Navarro Point Preserve, but so is our nearest neighbor's house. So are her neighbor's houses.
Okay.
So are those two houses. Is there
I think it would be earlier when you first went in the morning and you checked whether
What's happening? What's happening here?
Mr. Chair, I believe we have another speaker who unmuted.
Okay.
If Ms. Weibel could mute herself.
Okay, well, where I left off was these two houses. So we're up to 5 houses now. And
unmuted.
As
Sorry, I was
we
interrupting, but
fly
there-
across to the west side of the highway, there are 4 houses here. So there are 9 homes visible from the Navarro Point Preserve. Our home will not have any added impact on anyone's enjoyment of the preserve. Not to mention that when you visit the preserve, your attention is commanded by the Pacific Ocean to the west, not by the view to the east. Our home will not highly impact the preserve. I hope you've had a chance to read the written comments submitted to you by Alan Pollock, Artistic Director of the Mendocino Music Festival and an Albion resident. It speaks to this very issue. Northbound travelers on the coast will not see our home at all when they round the Navarro Head because our house will be behind them and about 300 foot higher in elevation. Southbound travelers on Highway 1 will be able to see our house, but as one of the appellants mentioned in oral arguments during our hearing with the Coastal Permit Administrator, southbound travelers will have already seen development all up and down the coast by the time they get to the Navarro Head. Our coastal development permit was approved by the Coastal Permit Administrator last May because even with the second story, it conforms to Mendocino County regulations for development on the coast outside the highly scenic area. Our building envelope is unequivocally outside the highly scenic area. Your packet contains a letter dated December 22nd, 2021 from Bob Merrill, the former North Coast District Manager of the Coastal Commission, to Julia Krog, the Assistant Director of County Planning and Building Services. Mr. Merrill's letter is irrelevant because in it, he discusses a 26-foot house. We are not building a 26-foot house because we have eliminated the second story from the design. The height of our single-story house will average 18 feet above finished grade, which is well within county regulations. The county permits a height up to 28 feet above finished grade at our building site. The appellants are concerned that if we're allowed to build on the Navarro Head, it opens the door for 5 more houses to be built in the neighborhood. What they are really saying is if you allow our project to go forward, it will embolden other property owners in the area to develop their properties. That is not a good reason to deny a project which is appropriately sized and sited, which our project is. Please evaluate our permit on its own merits. In attachment B of their appeal, the appellants express concern that our house will definitely impact the approved inn on the adjoining parcel. There is no approved inn. That permit expired in 1996. The Coastal Commission notice of that permit's expiration is in the materials you've received. The appellants are also concerned about the noise of the wind turbines in our design. Those turbines are not big horizontal axis propeller driven turbines. They are vertical axis Savonius turbines, and they are not noisy. The loudness of the sound they emit is less than 30 decibels, comparable to leaves rustling in the breeze. We wouldn't put noisy turbines right outside our house. They'd keep us awake at night. Since our permit was approved and then appealed last May, Carol and I have had a lot of time to think about the appellant's objections. We understand that their unhappiness with the second-story design is genuine. Carol and I decided that we would rather live on the Navarro Head in a one-story house than live in a two-story house with disapproval and resentment in the community, and we chose to eliminate the second story. Our planners from Planning and Building Services have done a terrific job, and we really appreciate their efforts. We understand why they cannot recommend that you approve a design that they haven't had time to evaluate. We understand why they are recommending that you remand the project back to the Coastal Permit Administrator. But we ask you not to do that. Doing that would involve lengthy reevaluation of a multitude of things that have not changed at all. Only two things have really changed from the project that was approved last May. The highest point of the house is now 8 feet lower than before, and the house's footprint is now larger by less than 300 square feet. However, the total square footage of the house is actually smaller than in the original design. So our project has been downscaled in height and in size. Jennifer Riddell is the botanist who created the botanical mitigation plan for the project. Her plan was accepted by the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the California Native Plant Society. In her letter that Mr. Waldman provided to you, Ms. Riddell provides an update to the approved mitigation plan that will protect the additional morning glory plants affected by the increased footprint. Our attorney, Mr. Brian Mompson of Ukiah, has provided you a letter that spells out the case law that affirms that the downscaling of our project creates no increased environmental impact compared to the project that was already approved. Repeating the whole permit approval process would rehash a whole lot of work that has already been done. My family has deep roots on the coast. I am a third-generation coast resident. My maternal grandparents settled here at the beginning of the 20th century. My mother was born and raised here. Carol and I have lived here for almost 39 years, and our daughter Holly was born and raised here. Carol and I bought this property 25 years ago. For 25 years, we have dreamed of living there. We are not building a second home or a vacation rental. This home will be our primary residence. And when we move to Albion, we will put our present home here in Cleone on the market. We are very pleased with Sam Waldman's elegant single-story design. We respectfully request that you deny this appeal and give our coastal development permit final approval today, subject to a ministerial plan check to ensure the plans meet code. Thank you for your time and attention. Now I'll turn it over to our architect and agent, Sam Waldman.
Hi, afternoon. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thanks, Jason. I want to emphasize and kind of put a little flesh on some of the points that Jason had made. As you've seen in the documents, this project has been under review for about 4.5 years. And I also want to thank individuals on the planning staff for helping us, clearing hurdles of this process. As he's explained and explained why, we've put a portion of the space that was allotted to the second story on the ground level, but we're still within the envelope that was laid out for building at the initiation of the project. As Jason pointed out, more coverage means more botanical impact, but the current mitigation plan with amended update has Jennifer's confirmed that her existing strategy is still valid. Now, also, I wanted to point out that with the use of landscaping, which is shown on the preliminary landscape plan that you've been given, the planting, when mature, will soften and shield the siting of the house. And because the building envelope, beginning at the 387-foot contour, falls beyond the 360 highly scenic zone, by using the finished grade as a reference for the home's height, we're able to keep the house within the 18-foot height limit suggested by the Coastal Commission in 1989. I also want to point out that, as Julia Krog mentioned during our hearing with the Coastal Permit Administrator, our building envelope is constrained and placed where it is in order to protect that part of the property that still is within the highly scenic area of the coast. And I emphasize again that our envelope is not. At this point, if it's possible, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield a portion of our time to the Kirkman's attorney, Brian Momsen, for a brief statement. And after this, we will use the remaining of our time to answer any questions, or as you were suggesting, take questions at the end of all presentations.
Go right ahead. You have about 5.5 minutes left.
Thanks for your attentiveness, everyone. Thank you all. Okay, Mr. Monson, if you're on the line.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't seem to be on the video, but that's okay. I just wanted to follow up on the letter I submitted regarding the one issue that staff is recommending a remand to the Coastal Permit Administrator. We're not sure exactly what that means. However, the case law and CEQA guidelines I cited in my letter state that if there's already been environmental study of a larger project, which there was in this case because there was a mitigated negative declaration regarding a larger house that found no significant environmental impacts that could not be mitigated, that no further environmental study or public hearings are necessary unless there's a new significant environmental impact that was not already evaluated. And that just isn't the case here. As Dr. Kirkman stated, they've conceded to some of the concerns of the neighbors, and they want to live in harmony with their neighbors, and they've made a pretty significant step that cost them some time and money in removing this second story and having a one-story house. Yet this appeal persists, and you wonder if the agenda of the pellets is just to have no development in this area and not just their stated concerns about the two-story house. But the Kirkmans would like some finality here today. The application was filed nearly 5 years ago. The Coastal Permit Administrator's approval was a year ago. Any remand of the Coastal Administrator should be for ministerial plan check to see obviously if the plans comply with code, and perhaps for the ministerial task of seeing that the new revised plans meet the findings of the Mendocino Coastal Plan, which I can't see why they wouldn't in this case, since we're talking about a significantly downscale project. We'll yield the rest of our time to answer any questions the commissioners may have, and thank you.
So questions come after this period. We can move on, but you have almost 3 minutes left if you want to keep presenting.
I have nothing further. I don't know if Dr. Kirkman does.
No, nothing further at this time. Happy to answer questions later.
Okay, so then we're going to move on to the appellant, and they will also be given 20 minutes.
Okay, am I on now? Can you hear me? This is Rick Sanwaron.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. One, I'd like to say we'd like to be able to see the appellants when they're speaking. Can we get this timer put off to the side? Anyway, I'm going to move on because we have a lot to cover, and I'm probably going to read a lot of it. I hope that you're being able to see me. This appeal of CDP 2017-0038 is being brought by the Sierra Club, Mendocino Group, and there is concerned Albion neighbors represented by Rick Sanwaron, Melissa Hayes, Anne-Marie Weibel, and Tom Wadesky. My name is Rick Sanwaron. If you'll please open your appeal packet to photo pages, which are on 223 to 231, to view the site as I speak about it. In May 2021, the Coastal Permit Administrator approved the CDP 2017-0038 permit for a 2-story single-family residence with a garage, covered porch, decks, solar array, pump house, 2 water tanks, 3 wind turbines, and a driveway. All of this sited on the Navarro Ridge in full view of Highway 1 and the Navarro Point Preserve. However, in writing the report and approval by the Coastal Permit Administrator, some very important items were missed. No review was done of prior permits for this area or parcel, and no inquiry of CCR documents was even attempted. Specifically, conditions were set on development in the original subdivision by the California Coastal Commission in 1989 to 92 in the CDP 1-89-125. In debating the subdivision, the Coastal Commission staff gave special attention to the Navarro Head, stating that the Commission has consistently shown concern for the scenic resources of this area of Mendocino. The Navarro Head is especially important because it is many visitors' first introduction to the Mendocino coast. Intrusion into this extraordinary public view has been avoided to prevent incursion into this most scenic resource area. Thus, we feel that this site deserves more than a simple check box as insignificant. The Commission then imposed Special Condition 2 on the subdivision, which included, permittee shall submit conditions, covenants, and restrictions which allow only 1-story homes up to 18 feet in height, the use of non-reflective surfaces, natural colors, the prohibition of satellite dishes and high voltage lighting in the Highway 1 viewshed, and the installation of native vegetation to screen the buildings. We've shown that these CCRs were recorded and accepted by the CCC to complete the subdivision. It was this Special Condition 2 that primarily concerns us today, as the proposed development at the time of the appeal was considerably higher than the 1-story home up to 18 feet in height, and included freestanding solar arrays, large water tanks, and wind turbines up to 20 feet in height. Landscaping had been discouraged by the planning department, although other houses on the ridge have screening trees. As residents of Albion, we've been involved in protecting the natural resources of the Albion coast for over 40 years. In 1985, the Citizen Advisory Committee for the coast recommended that the entire Navarro Head be considered highly scenic, although the final map missed the top of the ridge. This is not rumor or hearsay. In fact, 2 of those advisory committee members are still here today to advocate for protections for this site 36 years later. While we appreciate the current efforts of the Kirkland-Quasi architect to redesign the house to meet the standards set in 1989 by the California Coastal Commission, we find upon a quick review that the house would still be visibly 22 feet tall from the average existing grade. Although not clearly defined, the floor level for the house seems to sit at the 403 feet elevation level, with the structure adding 16 feet. The building extends to the 390-foot extension elevation line, so the average existing grade would be 397 feet. So that seen from the highway, the structure would appear 22 feet above the existing grade. This would still not satisfy the limit set by the Coastal Commission. We found only a short time to review this material and have seen no comments from the planning department. In addition to the height of the house, there are questions about the previously planned solar arrays, wind turbines, and large water tanks. The initial drawings, the turbines were to the south of the house, the water tanks to the west, and the ground-mounted solar array mentioned but not detailed. The turbines and the solar array are specifically not allowed as per special condition 2 of the approved subdivision. In the new plan, the turbines are gone, the tanks are missing, and the solar array may or may not be located on the roof. Each of these must be confirmed as moved, mitigated, or eliminated before the permit can be approved. We believe that the wind turbines are not permitted anywhere in the coastal zone. We do appreciate the landscaping that is included in the new plan. Much has been made over the exact location of the highly scenic area boundary on the hillside. Yet in the December 22nd, 2021 letter from Coastal Commission District Director Bob Merrill, on page 186 of your appeal packet, he states that special condition 2 specifically was imposed to ensure consistency with the Coastal Act's visual resource protection policies by limiting the height of the structures to be built on the subdivided parcel to 18 feet and 1 story. In our view, this height question has already been resolved in 1989, and the compliance with the Coastal Act very clearly outlined. The applicant has the opportunity to simply comply with the decision or risk trying to amend the subdivision condition 2 with the Coastal Commission. We've also included several photos of the building site from Highway 1, the Navarro Point Reserve, and the Coastal Scenic Trail. As I said, pages 2 to 3 in your packet. They show the ridge where the house would stick up above the ridge like the castle on the hill. There are 3 other houses in proximity to the proposed site, and all are screened rather successfully from view below. While the site is difficult to landscape, we believe that certain locally adapted bushes would be, trees and bushes would be successful in with maintenance. The 2 noted issues did not receive good protection in the staff report. The Mendocino Code section 496.05A1 requires a 100-foot buffer from issues, with 50 being allowable with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife approval. The project as proposed would not meet either of these requirements. While there are mitigations proposed, we have not seen any document from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife approving such a very truncated buffer. On the other hand, we've seen 2 letters from the California Native Plant Society, signed by the 2 most prominent botanists in our county, questioning the botanical survey characterization of the grasslands as non-native, the mapping of the natural communities, and the surveys for other sensitive species. These issues raised in 2017 and 19 were ignored in the staff report. We understand the takings issue, but this is a very sensitive site, deserves thorough evaluation. The staff report says that, quote, alternatives to proposed development, including different development projects and alternative locations, were considered and analyzed by a qualified professional, unquote. But we could not find any evaluations in the packet or in the Freedom of Information Act submissions. The mitigation for the morning glory and the revision thereof may indeed be adequate, but without a design and condition for monitoring and follow-up for immediate actions, the plant community may be further impacted. Please include monitoring in the conditions of this permit. The board should send the house plans back to the planning department for additional details and review by the public. In this very important scenic area, with both the Highway 1 and the Barra Point preserved within sight, complete comments and evaluations are necessary and right. Roxanne Warren for the Sierra Club. We have two other people ready to speak, and if you'll move over to Melissa Hayes, she'll be next, and Anne-Marie Weibel will be third.
Melissa, go ahead. You can unmute.
Was Melissa able to get in?
Clerk, do you have a Melissa?
Yes, she's in the meeting. It doesn't appear that she has her mic on, or maybe she doesn't have a mic.
Yeah, we're new at this. Well, let's go right on to Anne-Marie Weibel.
Anne-Marie, you can unmute.
Hi, can you stop the timer? I mean, it's been 3 minutes gone with nobody talking. Can you restart? It was left off at 12 minutes and now we're down to 9:28. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we'll pause it for a second. And can we confirm that we have Melissa's technical issue being worked out?
She's on the line in the meeting. So on the clerk of the board side of it, there's nothing further we can do.
Could she phone in if she can't get the computer to work?
Yes.
Okay. Anne-Marie, why don't you go ahead now?
Okay. Can you put the timer back? It was to 12 minutes. It's now 9:20. I'd like to start at 12 minutes where we left off with Rick Van Weren.
Clerk, do you know where we were on time?
Yes,
we did have some technical issues. I'm happy to wind it back.
I would say it was only a matter of maybe a minute that we were waiting for Melissa. We can reset the timer to 10 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, let's do that.
And can you show me in the screen as well, even though I'm reading information?
Anne-Marie, you don't have your video on.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Okay.
We can see it.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Anne-Marie Weibel. I've been in Albion since 1983. It is interesting that there were so many biologists working on this project, and what Dr. Kirkman is believing, and his lawyer and the architect, that all is fine. But there was a new design that we had 3 days to look at, and the county hasn't had time to look at. There's 276 square feet development print increase, and it was referred to that it's a one-story building. But on page 6, or on one of the 7 pages that we that were submitted, it looks like it's a 2-story building, no matter how deep down you go. There were many items missing that Rick Van Weren referred to, like the solar panels and the windmills, and also the water tanks, which need to go in the ground. And I think the county made it clear that they have not had time to review that yet. And your lawyer is not an environmental lawyer. He's naming some kind of a term, SEIR. It's not an EIR, and it's not a subsequent EIR. It is a mitigated negative, it's an MND, okay? So this is, a lot of things are connected with that when you make any kind of changes. And it's not that we want to put stumbling blocks in the way of Dr. Kirkman or that we're against any development whatsoever. It just has to be followed what was decided on in 1989, and these guidelines that were adopted about the 15-foot and 1-story and all the other issues that Rick Van Weren mentioned have to be followed. And there were conversations between the county council and the owners and the architect. You know, there were 8 findings and 27 conditions of approval mitigation measures. That's almost points in the direction of an EIR. We're not asking for an EIR. We're just asking for the owner to do what was agreed upon in 1989. If he didn't know, I'm sorry. If the county didn't know, I mean, we appealed and we got the information, and we would like our money returned for doing the work that the county should have done. And so we cannot approve this as is without looking at it and how it affects everything else around it. So it is very important that this is looked at carefully. This is talking about the environment. And as you heard Ms. Warren say, the Native Plant Society was world-renowned people who signed that letter. Teresa Scholars, who was teaching at the college for years, and Rene Pasquinelli. I mean, they did good work, and they were just ignored. And whatever was presented to us was really, we were presented with projects that had nothing to do with this project. And the coastal administrator just approved it. It really wasn't done right and carefully. And the public has a right for a full review and has to have a right for a full hearing. This is dealing with environmental issues where CEQA and the Public Resources Code is all saying the same thing. This needs to be done right. And I'm encouraging you to look at that and do whatever you can do to help Dr. Kirkman, but it needs to be done right. Thank you for your time. Tom Wadetsky had some medical appointment he couldn't change. And so hopefully Melissa will be ready to talk to you. Thank you for your time.
We have pulled Melissa in, so if her mic is working, she can begin.
It would be great if you put the timer back or stop it.
We're going to go ahead. This is about the normal time in person when people are coming up to the podium.
Sorry, Chair Williams, did you want us to pause it or
No,
continue?
if Melissa is ready, is she ready to speak?
We brought her into the room.
Melissa, are you with us? Not hearing.
Melissa, if you hit the little microphone button on the Zoom application, you will unmute and you'll be able to speak then. I'm going to send a button to your screen that says unmute, okay? If you want to hit that button.
Looks like she briefly unmuted and now she's muted again.
Is it possible for her to dial in?
Melissa, you're unmute. If you can speak, please.
It's also possible that her audio output is not correct. If you look at the bottom of your screen, you'll see an audio button. You can click that. There's a little arrow, and maybe try switching your speaker. Chair Williams, it doesn't appear that anything is happening.
Roxanne, would you like to continue presenting, or can somebody call Melissa and help her?
Yes, I'd like to continue.
Yeah, okay, go right ahead.
I'd like to address the comments that were made about the letter from the Coastal Commission from Bob Merrill. It does go through quite a bit of review of the prior subdivision and the limitations that were set at that time, which we believe and this Coastal Commission believes are still in effect. It was primarily about the 18-foot height. And so since the applicants have agreed to eliminate the second story and bring it down to the right height, I think we're on the right track. We do feel it still is quite a bit above the grade, and this is a question of what's a finished grade, what's an average grade, how high is it going to stick up because of the difference in the elevation. But we think we're on the right track. I think that the applicants can get it within 18 feet and therefore go forward. But if the county decides to approve a permit that goes above that 18 feet, either because of this difference in grades and finished grade and et cetera, they would have to reapply to the Coastal Commission to have an amendment to that subdivision. And that's a very difficult process and would take many more years than our simple appeal. So we think that it was a very good decision to go with the one story, and that with being able to get it down to the 18-foot limit on the surface, on the front, and eliminate the turbines and get the solar onto the roof and do the landscaping. I think we will all be satisfied with that. We'll be quite in the right realm of protecting the scenic resource that has been pointed out by both the neighbors and the Coastal Commission as being a very important spot, not just one of many. So I think that we'd like to, hear the rest of the debate today, and then if it gets remanded to the planning commission, I think we've got some outline of what would be successful there. So I'd like to thank the supervisors for taking a close look at this. I think it really deserves the tight evaluation of the pertinent structures as well as the house itself, and appreciate that Dr. Kirkman, his wife, and the architect, Sam Waldman, are working towards a plan that we can all appreciate. Thank you for your time. I yield any last minute.
Okay, now we have public input. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, we do.
So speakers, please remember to state your name for the record. And we ask that you not repeat what others have already said.
First on the line is Diana Wiederman, followed by Van Phillips, and one voicemail.
All right. Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and all the participants. And my whole issue with this as a planning commissioner was I got several phone calls from a lot of constituents in the 5th district and actually out of the 5th district once those story polls were in place. I'm not going to go over what everything's been said, but my concern on the drawings, and first off, I really want it to go back to planning department so that we have a process, a CDP application process. If it's a major revision, which lowering it down to 18 feet and expanding the footprint is changing it. The public has a right to participate in this redesign. Therefore, it has to go through a process. It cannot be passed today. You can't understand from the plans, and I'm an architect, what exactly happening. Now, I don't know if you could see me because I am on Zoom, but if you can see that on Sam's Waldman's north elevation, he basically shows a horizontal line. There's so much slope to that site. That's not real. So my question is, how much fill, how much area is the fill going to be covering the Isha? And that needs to be shown. And I think on the drawings, showing the existing grades, the finished grades, and from the top of the finished grades, what is the height? That would be helpful to, I think, a lot of the public. And so I think it's still going to look tall because you're looking up to it. So I encourage the landscape plans of the evergreen trees. When you showed the house, Jason Kirkman, to the north, that house, they did it. The trees are coming in, they're getting screened. And I'm hoping you will continue to do that so that it softens the development and you still get to enjoy your fabulous view. So I am requesting it to go back to planning so that we can see a scaled drawing of the revisions and go through that process so the public has input. And as your commissioner, I thank you very much. And once again, thank you all for doing all this hard work.
Next on the line is Van Phillips.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Great, great. Okay, my name is Van Phillips, and I live on Navarro and own the surrounding lots to Jason Kirkman's proposed site. And first, I really appreciate the opportunity to share because it really does sound like Dr. Kirkman needs the support, and that's what I'm here to offer. As a community member in the subdivision up here, we all are aware of Jason's project, and we are actually all in favor of it. And especially, I would say, Beverly Engelhardt, who is the immediate neighbor and in plain sight of the proposed site. Beverly has called me more than once with concerns and fear in her voice about guys in pickup trucks who are drinking, breaking beer bottles, wine bottles, pulling up steel rebars and pulling down cables, leaving needles behind on the cul-de-sac at the top, basically in fear that there is just a clear and present danger to her security. A house being built up there would help alleviate all of that. I'm especially aesthetically pleased with what the architect has done. I think it could have been, I think we all can imagine a much larger footprint, a much larger development up there, and his aesthetics, I think, are well in tune for the coast. We're looking for a sense of community up here, and more neighbors. We feel like there's a better sense of communal respect up here. I can truly understand and appreciate the time, the money spent over a very long period of time. 5 years is what I'm understanding. It reminds me of when I had projects at the Oddfellows Hall when I owned it in town. And I fought for 2 to 3 years and met up against a very angry and determined bunch of naysayers. And no matter what I tried to propose, it was always shot down. They even rejected a statutory California limitation where any new project that has a second story element must comply with the ADA, but their basically reply was, we don't care, we don't want it. And so a lot of what I'm hearing reminds me of what I had to go through many years ago. May I remind everyone here that as a California resident, we have a right and a federal right in the Constitution to develop our own property. We have zoning laws. They are in place for and to protect those rights. I'll leave it with one comment. We talk about, well, some people want this to be preserved the way it is. Well, the homes that you live in, whether it be in the forest or a meadow, they were once a very sacred place also. But you decided to build your house there. So
Next, we have a voicemail.
Hi, this is Jim Ellers, and I'm commenting on CDP 2017-0038. It's the Jason Kirkman Carol Kwasi development in Albion. As a background, I used to work for the Department of Environmental Health on the Coast Office, and I worked there for 21 years. So I'm fairly familiar with the coastal zones and the differences in the developments. I would like to make the point that this is a legally created parcel, a residential parcel. And in spite of what some of the people who are appealing this, it is outside the scenic corridor. If you drive along Highway 1, which I did for 21 years, I went to Walhalla twice a day. As you're coming north, you can barely see that. You come around the corner, what you look at is the Pacific Ocean. You don't look back over your shoulder. Number two, if you're coming south, the same thing. When you look there, you can see houses up on that ridge top, but that's not where you look. You look at the ocean. Carol and Jason have amended this so that the house is no longer a two-floor house. It's a single story. It is, I think, in perfect agreement with the site. They removed the second story to make it easier for the people who live around there. Some of them are concerned about the second story, so they voluntarily took the second story off. You can see other houses from Highway 1 if you drive along there. And I guess that's all I have to say. And I hope you will again deny this appeal and go back to your previously position of approving this development. Thanks very much. Bye.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay. 5 minutes for the applicant to make final remarks.
Okay, well, this is Jason Kirkman. I'll start. A couple of points. one of the appellants said that the California Native Plant Society was ignored. They were absolutely not ignored. Mr. Waldman and I had a meeting with Teresa Scholars and with Renee, where we discussed what was wrong with our initial biological survey. And they recommended that we remedy it. We got a second botanist, and her plan was accepted. The California Native Plant Society has accepted the botanical mitigation procedures. A point I'd like to make about the 1989 Coastal Commission staff report. First of all, the Coastal Commission overruled the county with special condition number 2. The County Planning Commission met in May of 1988, a year earlier, and they specified building heights according to elevation, according to contour line. Between 360 and 400, you could build to a certain height. Above 400 feet, the height that the county established was 30 feet, maximum height of 30 feet for the house. A year later, with that staff report, the Coastal Commission said that was inadequate, and that is in the staff report. The other point I'd like to make is that that special condition number 2 contradicted the local coastal plan that was certified in 1983, approved by the Board of Supervisors in 1983, and certified by the Coastal Commission in 1985. They contradicted the local coastal plan by imposing the height restriction appropriate for the highly scenic area to parts of that subdivision that are outside the highly scenic area, such as our building footprint. And now I'd like to hand it over to Sam Waldman to continue.
Well, thanks, Jason, and everyone else. And first of all, I want to thank Roxanne for encouraging openness. That moving forward is a sincere possibility as far as she's concerned. But I wanted to touch on very quickly some of the objects of her concern. First, the solar array, the ground array, will be invisible from Highway 1 because as a ground array, it's low, and there will be low berms, planted berms that shield the rear view of this array from anyone looking up at the site. Again, I need to emphasize that we are dealing, in terms of height of this building, with a finished grade, not existing grade. And we are given the purview to create that grade. And if we use, as we should be using, the diagram supplied by the county, this is an average that's determined by moving around the building to determine the average finished grade, which we have now at 18 feet. The landscaping plan has been encouraged by planning from the get-go, and we're following that. The water tanks, the water tanks will not be visible. Those are under the house and will be behind the berm and landscaping. The lines of demarcation that I drew on the latest drawings indicate the finished grade we will be working from. Of course, they're not a finished landscape plan, but that's our intent, and we certainly will follow them. Now, as to the wind turbines, may not get to all of this, but the wind turbines, we feel that at this point in time, I'm proud of those, frankly. First of all, as a sculpture, I think they're quite attractive, but also I think we all should be doing everything we can to move beyond fossil fuels. This site has a perfect opportunity for that, and those turbines can supply about 3 kilowatts of power. So I hope there's not too much objection to that, considering that it's symbolic of moving into the future in a practical and I think attractive way. That's about it. I think I've covered most of the mechanical objections. Thank you.
Does staff have any final remarks or reminders?
Thank you, Chair Williams. No, we have nothing additional to add at this time, other than just a reminder to the board that, we're seeing the revised design as part of the packet today. That has not been analyzed by Planning and Building Services staff. But as was indicated by the appellants, the board does have the authority to remand, reverse, modify, and/or approve the development.
Okay, the board can now present questions to staff, the applicant, or the public. Do we have any questions? Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I have a question for staff and I think also the applicant. You talked about the coastal administrator permit hearing was for a larger project, 2 stories, but a slightly smaller footprint. But as I understand it, the botanical study that they establish a total building envelope that where a building could be located, and then essentially buildings get sited somewhere within that buildable envelope. So if I'm understanding the applicants correctly, they've gone from 2 stories to 1 story, slightly bigger building envelope, but within the approved envelope where there are not impacts to native plants or not beyond mitigation. Is that true? And I guess if assuming that was true, would the project be approvable?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Jurdy. And I think you characterized it correctly. There was essentially a building envelope or, an environmentally sensitive habitat area envelope reviewed by the biologists, the various biologists. I think there have been 3 different biologists that have worked on this project over the 5-year period. But the one concern that Planning and Building Services does have about the revised design is there was a letter as the last page in the attachment, the 10th page, which did include some slight changes that appeared to how the Coastal Bluff Morning Glory would be handled. That is a mitigation measure. So pursuant to CEQA, we would need to at minimum be reviewing the project and likely wouldn't be able to do so here on the fly in terms of substituting of a mitigation measure. And that's a section in CEQA. It doesn't say that you can't substitute a mitigation measure. You just have to adopt additional findings to support substituting of a mitigation measure. So I hope that answers your question, and we're happy to answer any others.
Supervisor, go ahead, Dan.
Oh, just as a follow-up to that. So the Morning Glory analysis that you're saying needs to be conducted. What would be the time frame that planning staff would need to conduct that? I guess what I'm thinking is I've seen public hearings get continued for a couple weeks. I've seen public hearing projects be approved upon condition of further analysis. I'm just trying to understand what's kind of the range of options for the board. Could there be a scenario where it's approved condition upon the permit administrator reviewing the one item that needs further analysis?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would generally suggest that it would be best to make sure that you, at the time of final approval, all steps have been completed. And I don't know that we can delay CEQA till essentially after project approval. Generally speaking, it's supposed to happen as something that is informing and otherwise being part of that process and handled it during the earliest step during the process. So I think planning and building can speak a little bit to the timelines in terms of your sort of options for review here. I think the board can reasonably say that I believe these new plans were submitted about a week before the hearing. I believe the board could reasonably say that that's simply not a reasonable amount of time for what is a substantial change to the project to allow for review. Your options would be essentially either to evaluate the permit as initially approved and almost treat this one as sort of a new application and give the applicant the option of essentially submitting a new application and starting from there with what might be, I think, slightly faster review processes, but would still be going through the review processes You could alternatively, you could continue this hearing to give staff time to make a full recommendation to allow this board to review the environmental and planning issues in the first instance, or you, as staff had recommended, could remand the item back to the coastal permit administrator to allow them an opportunity to conduct the review in the first instance, and then allow an opportunity for appeal from there.
Planning and building.
Thank you, Chair Williams. So I think that Council Curtis did cover the sort of various options rather well, but I do want to just add that in terms of substituting a mitigation measure, one thing is that you must hold a public hearing when you do substitute that mitigation measure. So at minimum, this would be something that would need to come back for public hearing consideration. And then additionally, I think Council Curtis said that this could be considered a substantial change, but staff would need to conduct that analysis. I cannot say that with certainty at this time, whether this is a substantial or, unsubstantial sort of change. And that would trigger whether or not, we can simply prepare what is considered like an addendum to the mitigated negative declaration, just noting the revised project description, or whether or not additional analysis pursuant to CEQA is. So, my main concern is about not being able to do that without additional time to really review the proposal, the project record, the revised recommendations from the biologist. And then that way I could, either come back to the board or go to the coastal permit administrator with a solid recommendation, feeling confident that I can tell you all impacts have been addressed and the project's fully in compliance with the local coastal program and the California Environmental Quality Act.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I really appreciate the work being done on this to try to get it to within that, the 18-foot limit and those other mitigation factors. I guess my question would be if it were remanded to planning and building, what would be the timeline on that in the best case scenario? How much delay would that put?
Sure. So if this was remanded back to the coastal permit administrator, we would, one, get the applicant to provide us with the revised drawings, including the documentation from the biologist, as well as this would be considered an application update. So there would be additional fees that would be required by the applicant at that time. And then we would want to refer the project, not necessarily to all previous agencies before, but the agencies that have jurisdiction or provided comment with relation to concerns, particularly over the biological resources. That's the primary concern with the footprint expansion on the ground, and just making sure that our resource agencies, the Coastal Commission and Fish and Wildlife, are approving. So, say we get the application submitted, staff reviews it for maybe 2 weeks, then we send out a focused referral to those agencies. Typically, we give agencies 2 weeks to comment, so that would be 1 month total. Then after that point, we would be preparing additional analysis, whatever may be required pursuant to CEQA, as well as to the local coastal program, and then teeing it up for a hearing in front of the coastal permit administrator for reconsideration. So my expectation would be that that would probably be at least 3 months, if not further, between when we received a revised application and when we were able to get that onto a hearing calendar. So staff would prepare our packet obviously sooner, but there's public notice timelines that would require that that be at least 3 months out. And then I do want the board to be aware that that action by this coastal permit administrator would likely again be appealable to the Board of Supervisors.
Supervisor McGordy.
Oh, just a few comments. I can't believe this project moved as far as it did without anybody noticing the CC&Rs on the parcel itself. It seems very unusual because that's usually where you start. I built a house one time in a community that had very strict CC&Rs, and that was something that we were keenly aware of beginning the design process. The second thing I'm curious about, and this is a question for the architect, I'm looking at the topo map, and I see contour lines starting at, it looks like 400 feet and going down to 390. Is that correct? And if so, what's the average grade for the ground, well, for the footings, or is it built on slab? Is it how is it constructed?
Okay, I can answer that. So yes, that's correct. That's the envelope within which the house takes place in the major, the first floor elevation is 403. So we are dealing with ground moving, fill, a berm, visual devices so that the perception of height to the finished grade is reduced to the 18 feet. This is going to be a pier foundation. That's been established some time ago, but as you understand, we've had to wait since June 30th of 2017 to even consider working drawings. So I don't have specific answers for you. I mean, the slope as it is as you see it. And so some of the concern with objects that are visible in what's essentially a crawl space, or visible as a diagram of what's invisible in a crawl space, but will be invisible visually because we're going to take steps to make sure that happens. That they'll be perceptually invisible. But these are functional aspects of the house that need to be underneath it. They're not beyond it, west of it. And the reason they weren't drawn in the new plans was that these aspects of the old plan have not changed. We're accepting that the original plan was accepted at face value, basically, with the height as it was. The only change we're making is, of course, the appearance caused by the taking off that portion of the second story portion. And what seems to be the prime concern is the additional mitigation that needs to go, or may need to go through a certain process that, I admit I'm learning about here, that it does have to go through some kind of rigor. My hope was that Jennifer Riddell, who is herself a member of the Native Plant Society and our last and hopefully final biologist who's reviewing this plan, that her certification would have been sufficient to allow everyone to understand that in her purview, the mitigation strategy is valid, and that what she suggests as an amendment is valid, and that what you're actually asking her to do is formalize the opinion that she stated in the letter submitted to you in the material. But if that has to be the case, that has to be the case. But I think I'm picking up from some of the supervisors that you can understand, even on the edge of our seat here for a long time. And we're hoping to get some resolution.
Well, I really appreciate the amount of work that's gone into this project to date, and it does seem to be getting tripped up at the finish line. And I certainly don't want to see the whole thing go back to the starting line. It should be, the discussion should be confined to the changes, and even floristically, thinking about that site, it's highly disturbed. It's kind of remnant coastal prairie. So I don't doubt that there's native plants there, but it's been obliterated from what it used to be, pre-European encounter. So I don't think that we're really rolling the dice on the environment if we add 250 square feet to a home.
Supervisor McGordy.
Yes.
In a moment, we're going to close the public hearing, and then the board
Okay.
can discuss, and we can try to lobby. Right now,
All
we're
right.
focused on questions.
I've gone a little too far. I apologize.
No, it's okay. So I have a few questions, actually more than a few. For planning and building, what was reviewed? Was it the single story structure or the double story?
We reviewed the two-story single-family residence design. We only actually saw the single-story design when the agenda was published.
So is
for the board.
it fair to say what the board should be considering today is an appeal of the double, of the two-story structure?
That may be branching a little bit into a legal question as well, but the permit that was appealed was the design of the two-story structure. And the applicant has submitted a revised design as part of this appeal procedure. And as I mentioned before, the code does allow for the board to approve a modified project if they so desire.
So County Council, what can you help us with process? As I understand, there was a two-story. It was appealed. It's been updated to be single story. I don't think anybody could have appealed that single story because there hasn't been ample time. In fact, our planning staff hasn't reviewed the single story adequately.
Yeah. To speak to that, Mr. Chair, so what you are considering right now is an appeal of a permit for the double story, the two-story structure. That is what is in front of you.
Okay.
Now there has been a request, and I would say a bit of an 11th hour request from the applicant that you not approve the permit as already approved, that essentially you not uphold the permit they have, but rather that you modify the permit that they have. The board does have authority under the ordinance to modify something that's granted at the time of the hearing. Typically, that's because there's some issue with the permit that comes up on appeal. There's some need for you to make some change, some adjustment, additional condition, or et cetera. To have a new set of plans and sort of a new proposal is fairly unusual. I don't know that we have a precedent for this. I would say you're not without some discretion to be able to consider the new application, but I would recommend that you give staff adequate time to review for CEQA purposes, whether that's through remand, whether that's through continuance. But I also think, quite frankly, that the board's action is going to need to be on the appeal from the permit that was granted. So you're going to have some sort of determination as to whether you're granting the appeal or whether you're denying the appeal and allowing the permit to stand as it originally was. And then additionally, as I mentioned before, I do believe that the board would be able to essentially decline to consider the request for modification given the timing and ask for a new permit to be submitted if the applicant wants to proceed with different plans.
So is it fair to say that the proposal before us, before the county, has not been reviewed by planning staff?
I would defer to planning staff, but that's my understanding.
And thank you, if I may, through the chair, Julia Krog. Yes, that's correct. We have taken a preliminary review just in preparation for this hearing, but really we need to do a much more thorough review for comparison with the local coastal program. And like I said, pursuant to CEQA, and I already know there's going to be additional findings that we are going to have to recommend for adoption by whatever final decision-making body is reviewing this.
Mm-hmm. And then for planning, can you assure us that the building is below the 18-foot limit of the existing grade?
I cannot assure you of that today. As I said, we have not conducted our thorough analysis as of yet.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy?
Well, I would say on the City Council in Fort Bragg, we certainly amended projects at the direction of the City Council as a part of the hearing. So what I'm seeing is there was an appeal by some of the neighbors, generally speaking, who did not want to see a two-story project. In response to that appeal, certainly that was a part of the appeal, the applicants have revised the plans in advance of the meeting, in advance of this hearing, to show us what a one-story elevation would look like. They're proposing an additional 250 feet of footprint to the building as an accommodation, you could say, for the loss of the second story. If we had not seen this prior to today's meeting, we easily could have had supervisors propose basically these same modifications. So I guess it's not clear to me why we could not say we conceptually approve of the direction of this project, but we want planning staff to do the additional evaluation of the 250-foot footprint, the impacts, if there are any, on the native plants, and how does the mitigation proposal propose to mitigate for that, and bring that additional analysis back to the board at a continued public hearing. So I guess I don't understand why we wouldn't be able to have that as a direction from the board.
Is that a question from for County Council?
Yeah.
If I respond to the chair, I believe you would be able to have the option of directing staff to conduct the review and come back. What I don't think you could do is have a final approval that would be contingent upon the review by staff. Essentially, I think it does have to come back to the board after that review has occurred to allow you to make a decision with the final CEQA document ready at that time.
To be clear, that's what I was suggesting, that it would come back, the hearing would be continued with that additional analysis based on the revised plans.
Yeah, and just through the chair, I might have misunderstood what Supervisor Judy was saying previously. I certainly think you can continue the hearing. That is an option to give staff the time to be able to evaluate that and bring that back. I just don't think that you can make what would be a final approval at this point contingent upon some other action.
Question for planning staff. It appears there will need to be grading and I imagine fill. I don't see a plan for grading and fill in the attachment. Can you clarify what's intended?
Do you mean with the two-story design or the revised design?
Well, I think with the two-story, because that's what's being appealed. I think that's what we're considering. Maybe
Sure,
perhaps you could give it for both.
Sure. So I really can't speak to the one-story design, the revised design that was presented today. I did not see myself any sort of revised cut and fill amounts or any sort of grading plan associated with that. In terms of the two-story design, we typically condition that they provide, final grading plans that are compliant with our erosion control and grading and runoff standards within our zoning code at the time that they're filing for a building permit. We do typically get preliminary cut and fill amounts. And we would have to do a little bit of review through the file in order to be able to answer that. So if you give us a few minutes, we can look through that.
Yeah, as you're looking, the follow-up question was, will there be a berm? And what are those characteristics? I don't see it in the drawing.
Sure, we'll take a look at that. We can respond back in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, and then another question, perhaps concurrent. I imagine there's Isha on this parcel?
Yes, there is.
Has Fish and Wildlife reviewed and approved a mitigation plan?
Yes, both Fish and Wildlife and California Native Plant Society reviewed this project on multiple occasions and provided comments, and they responded on the last revisions in October of 2019, supporting revisions that were made and suggested mitigation measures as well as sort of avoidance measures as well. So they were supportive of this project going forward and expressed no concerns. Now, as you see in the staff report, the site is extremely sensitive. There are many rare plants and habitats for them, as well as there's some deed restricted areas that do really limit the developable area of the parcel. And then with the buffers required by code, that is why you see that we have a takings analysis included. There is no area on this parcel that can meet the required buffer requirements under county code.
Okay, and the CDFW review, was it of the two-story footprint or the modified footprint?
We are only aware of their review of the two-story footprint. I am unsure if the applicant performed any consultation that staff was not included as part of.
Can we ask the applicant whether CDFW has reviewed and approved the footprint of the one-story?
Not yet.
Not yet.
This all has happened, as you know, pretty quickly.
I understand. And has it been submitted and you're waiting for a response, or has it not been the review not been requested?
No, this was our first step in public viewing of this. Other than showing it to Ms. Riddell for her comment.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any further questions from supervisors? Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, so I want to know what the difference is between a continuation that Supervisor Jurdy was talking about versus remanding it to the Planning and Building Department.
If I may respond to the chair. So a continuation would be to keep the matter in front of the Board of Supervisors. So essentially you would allow staff time to come back, make whatever reports and recommendations that they needed on the revised plans, but then it would come back to the board. Remand would mean that it would go back to the coastal permit administrator, and then there would be a hearing in front of that body, again with the reports and recommendations of staff. And then that determination of the coastal permit authority would become final unless someone chose to appeal it to the board.
Thank you.
Planning and building.
Thank you, Chair Williams. So looking at the application form, and I see that we have, since we have the agent on the form, on the line here, they may be able to speak to this as well. But at the time that they filed the application, the approximate amount of grading was estimated to be 20 cubic yards. And that, is where we require, if it's greater than 50 cubic yards, is when we kick in the requirement to need a grading plan at the time that you file your coastal development permit application. So this is under that threshold, therefore it was not required with the coastal development permit, but would be incorporated into the building permit review process.
And does planning and building concur that it'll be under 50 for the one-story structure?
I can't say that with certainty without seeing, additional details from the agent or the applicant.
Thank you. Any final comments from supervisors before we close the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, public hearing is closed. The matter is now before the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Jurdy.
So, what this appears to me is that the applicant has attempted to address the predominant issue with the project, which was the visual aesthetics, although the project site the building site is outside of the scenic corridor for the county. It's still, it is a site that's, along Highway 1, and as they pointed out, they and their neighbors can be seen from a park. So I think it was a reasonable proposal by the, or response by the applicant to show what a one-story version of this house would look like. Adding 250 square feet to the one-story footprint seems relatively modest, given the building site and the neighborhood, and could conceivably be mitigated on site, but obviously we don't know that until it's been analyzed. I see the difference between continuing this item to a future continuing the public hearing. My preference is to continue the public hearing rather than remand it to the hearing administrator, because it looks to me like the noticing requirements for the coastal administrator is going to be about just 3 months just alone, just from that. Then the guarantee we pretty much have that it will be appealed back to the Board of Supervisors is going to add another month or two. So it seems to me that for really no benefit, we're going to add about 5 months to the review process if we remand this to the coastal administrator, and it's still going to come back to the Board of Supervisors. So I think it makes more sense to just continue the public hearing and allow staff as much time as they need to consult with any relevant agencies and receive additional public comment and analysis, and bring this back to the Board of Supervisors for a continued public hearing.
Supervisor McGordy.
I basically support that, but I just want to point out that it's a different project when we suddenly have a one-story house, and yet the impact to the actual site is pretty minimal. So if we're talking 250 square feet, that out of the percentage of area in the entire property, it's pretty minimal. But by the same token, we want to be sure that this is done fairly rigorously with a high level of technical review too. So it's, but I think that the applicants have done a huge amount of work to get it to this point, and I hate to trip them up at the finish line. And if they've addressed the main point, which is that the building is not going to be higher than 18 feet, that's really critical. So if the process that you're suggesting is legal and our council is okay with it, that might be the way to proceed. I'd certainly consider it.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I agree with Supervisor Jurdy as a method for proceeding for this project.
All right, and Williams. I'm encouraged that the applicant has revised the project. Well, it looks like Melissa's phone's finally working. I'm encouraged that the applicant has revised and has heard the community concern. I think they've made a really good faith attempt at modifying the project to something that can fit the character of the neighborhood and meet the regulatory requirements. And I'm also encouraged that the folks who are appealing understand that this site will be developed. It is a private property issue, and they may not be able to meet the ideal ISHA configuration due to the amount of ISHA on the property. But I don't see any way we could approve this project today. Our planning department hasn't reviewed what will actually be constructed, can't assure us that it'll fall within the height limitation, doesn't know if a grading plan is required, and no culpability. If these plans were received approximately a week ago, there's no way the planning department could drop what they're doing and in a week provide the assurance that we need. So I think we're fairly close. I guess I would like to ask County Council about the options, because it doesn't sound like the board supports approval today. This will need to come back. I don't know. I like Supervisor Jurdy's approach of getting this back to the board sooner than the 5 months it may take for the planning department with the coastal permit administrator to review. But is that actually the case? Will it be quicker? Because by the time the planning department reviews this, looks for a spot on a board calendar for a public hearing, there may be other questions that arise. The public, will have significant comment that could be answered at a coastal permit administrator level. If all that comes back to the board, we may be looking at 2 or 3 meetings, in which case we haven't saved the applicant any time. County Council?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd say it's a judgment call as to which will be the faster route. If you pick a date certain and you are in planning building is comfortable that they can come back within that time, that may be sufficient. I may ask Mr. Kudrowski if he happens to know the notice periods off the top of his head as to what would be the timing on any appeal. But there is a chance that would slow things down. Oh, and Mr. Chair, I've just been informed that Mr. Kudrowski is not in the meeting. And unfortunately, he also does not have that in front of him. There may be some notice periods between any CPA determination and any subsequent appeal. There's a bit of a, in terms of the timing and in terms of how full the board's calendar is, it's possible that puts it out further. It's also possible that it ends up that it is the faster route, particularly if you can pick time on a meeting now that would be a reasonable amount of time for the department to review.
Kudrowski joined us.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. In the process of joining, I missed some of what Christian Curtis said. I do agree, though, it's a judgment call, which is faster or not. And I think one of the questions would be the fact that if it goes to the CPA, there would be the appeal back to the board of that approval. Here, I'm not aware of there being any kind of defined period of between, other than the appeal period between CPA and the board. I think one thing that Christian may have been thinking about was the required time period between planning commission recommendations on certain things and then noticing that for the board. In terms of noticing, I think we'll look to see if there's any kind of required noticing in addition here for revising the mitigation measure as part of this process. And we could always handle that as part of the renoticing of the board meeting, or if it was sent back to CPA, noticing will be done for the CPA meeting.
So while we have you, do you find this project to be a minor modification to meet the community concerns? Or is this a redesign? Are we looking at a new project?
Well, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, frankly, I think that's more of a planning and building question. I think, and also how much time have we had to review this? Like Ms. Krog has mentioned, we only had this in front of us for a few days. This is kind of new information. And I'm not sure we had the time to analyze it to make that determination yet.
And what was the, maybe for planning, what was the date of approval on the two-story that's being appealed today?
The two-story design was approved by the Coastal Permit Administrator on May 13th of 2021 and is being heard by the board today. And as was indicated, we only saw the revised drawings with the publishing of the agenda for this particular meeting.
Right. So it was appealed and then 9 months went by and we got a new proposal and you've had a week to review it. How much time does planning and building need to review it properly if the board were to continue?
As I indicated, we would want, at least, we would want a complete submittal given to us by the applicant so we can review full-size plans with a revised project description, including grading details, how it relates to the ESHA, and that way we can review it in-house. We would probably ask for at least a week for staff to be able to review that, and we'll make sure we can prioritize it if that happens. And then we would want to have time to be able to consult with agencies, and typically we give them 2 weeks. Then we would be preparing our appropriate documentation. So in my review, I don't think that this could come back before the board for at least, probably 2 months, and that's really a tight timeline for us. I would think it could potentially be 3 months before planning staff would really be ready to bring this back to the board. So looking at today's date, that would probably be sometime in May.
And the same question for you. Is this a modification to meet community concerns, or is this a new project?
Well, I don't know if I can say that it's a new project necessarily, because as I see from the plans in my very quick review, it does look like they are largely keeping with the same project, just changing the footprint of the structure. So I don't think this sends them back to square one necessarily in terms of the review process, but we do need to just make sure we've conducted that appropriate analysis, and primarily pursuant to CEQA, because we do have a mitigated negative declaration on this. And the 18-foot height limitation, I just want to be clear, our code does allow for 28 feet. So the 18-foot height limitation, we would really want to make sure that the Coastal Commission is bought off on this design. So that way they don't run into the same scenario where the Coastal Commission says you still need to modify this 1989 permit for the subdivision in order to build out your structure. So that consultation, in my opinion, is extremely important before any action is taken on the project.
Agreed. So what is the position of our planning department? Do you think a continuation is appropriate, or should it be remanded and go through the normal process?
Really, we can handle either direction, whichever the board pleases. We just really want to make sure that we can say with a very confident face to the board that all appropriate analysis has been conducted. It is in conformance with the local coastal program, and all analysis pursuant to CEQA has been conducted. And that can happen at either level. Our main recommendation for remanding it to the Coastal Permit Administrator was because that's where these projects are typically heard. And also that way they have a chance to re-review the project as well for that consistency. But again, the board can handle this in whichever manner they like.
So last question. I'm afraid that if we continue and it comes back to the board, we're going to have public comment that we have no other avenue to consider. And when it comes back, I want it to be for approval. I know the applicant has been working on this for a long time, and I want to be able to say yes. Is there a difference between remanding it to planning in terms of public input, guaranteeing that if it comes before the board again, we're in a better position to approve that all the questions have been asked and answered?
Well, so with the Coastal Permit Administrator hearing, you have the similar public comment participation options as the Board of Supervisors does. As Council mentioned, the real difference is that if it was remanded to the Coastal Permit Administrator, there would be an additional appeal afforded to members of the public who may be dissatisfied with the decision by the lower hearing body, the Coastal Permit Administrator. That same appeal option would not exist if the board were to take final action on the project in a continued public hearing.
Thank you. Supervisor Jordy.
Looking at our calendar, we have 2 meetings currently scheduled in May. We could easily be adding a 3rd or 4th as we get closer to May, but the second meeting scheduled in May is May 17th. that would give more than 90 days from today, which I believe would accommodate the time frame that Ms. Krog outlined about getting remaining information from the applicant, circulating the document to the affected agencies, and getting public input, and then a staff report. So just checking in with planning and building, would May 17th be a reasonable timeframe?
Yes, I think that would be a reasonable time frame. And then if we're encountering any challenges, we may come to the board during maybe a public expression period or something like that, and may ask for additional time if we do encounter some sort of challenge during the review process. That would trigger a re-noticing at that time. But I think working through the timelines and looking at Matt, who's the planner and who's going to be preparing this additional analysis, that seems like that could be reasonable.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, so I guess if we're bringing it back to the board in May, I would like to have or make sure that the public has an opportunity to chime in on this, to see what their viewpoint is. I just think it's fair to the public. We heard from the planning commissioner about public input being important for this process. I think that there is buy-in to this new plan, and I would like to see that everyone's buying into it. So,
Is that a question for planning and building?
well, the question would be, well, I'm just making a statement too, that I would like to make sure that we have an opportunity to make public statements.
So as I understand, there may not be, if we set the continued date to May 17th, there may not be an opportunity for the public to voice, short of emailing and correspondence to planning and building. County Council, is there a mechanism?
So, Mr. Chair, you would have the option to reopen the public hearing on the 17th. I think that would be within the board's discretion, and you might choose to wait until the 17th to exercise that discretion, depending upon what exactly you get back. I do want to note, I believe that Ms. Krog said that there's a possibility if that they may have to modify the mitigation measures and sort of have a public hearing for the additional SEQR review process. And I would just suggest that if you are continuing to the 17th, you contemplate that's a possibility there, and that you may need to be setting it for a public hearing on the environmental document.
I invite a motion.
Well, I'll see if County Council agrees that this conforms. So I would move that we continue the public hearing to May 17th, and provided that the applicant provides the county and the public with revised plans with sufficient enough time for the county staff and affected agencies and the public to comment on those plans for the May 17th hearing, including review of the environmental document that goes with the coastal permit.
Again,
I have a question, and I know the public would like to speak, but the public hearing doesn't allow public comments to a motion on the floor. Dan, do you want to specify a date of what would be acceptable for those documents in order to meet the May 17th continuation?
Sure. I'm going to look to planning staff. I think planning staff has a better idea of what timeframe they need to have those documents. And I would think that when they're submitted to the county, that the county could make those documents public.
Thank you for that question. If I may, through the chair, Julia Krog, we would want those documents essentially about a week from today. I mean, ideally, I'd like to see those come into our office by February 15th, maybe the 16th at the latest, because we will be having to push to get this documentation turned around and conduct our analysis and consult with agencies on that.
County Council, are we able to ask the applicant whether they can provide all documentation final in a week?
Yes, chair's discretion.
Yeah. Would the applicant or the architect like to speak to that?
Yeah, depending on what I'm giving us to understand they need, we could do it. I mean, the design is basically complete.
Well,
So
what we
in
would
terms
is what we would be expecting is 100% complete, no further changes.
Right, I
A
understand.
week from today, and I would expect to see the grading plan, the height of the building, at the various corners relative to existing average grade.
Well, existing average grade is not part of the kind of limit that's put on this site.
Hey, Sam, Mr. Waldman, I have a better idea instead of me telling you the requirements. Could planning and building specify exactly what would be needed a week from
Please,
now?
that would be great. That would be helpful.
Absolutely, Julia Krog, Assistant Director. We would want to have the final plan. So that would be the house design with no additional changes, including a site plan drawn to scale that reflects that and shows the associated environmental buffers and sort of limitations related to that envelope. Additionally, we would want a revised project description. So, essentially a narrative that describes what the project is that is being proposed at this time. It would include the square footage, the maximum height, and any appurtenant structures that are associated with the project. So we make sure we're analyzing it fully. And then I would actually agree with Supervisor Williams that I think we would want to have an indication of some height documentation as it relates to both natural and finished grade. And primarily the reason for that is because we will need to ensure the Coastal Commission agrees that your revised design is consistent with their prior approval from 1989. It's not necessarily a concern for county planning staff, but making sure that you're not going to be subjected to that additional concern that was, part of the reasoning for a revised design as well as this appeal.
Right. Okay.
So I think that would be helpful. And then please include the letter that you had from Jennifer Rydell, that biologist letter, with your resubmittal to us. That way we can send off the documentation to both the Fish and Wildlife Office with California and the Coastal Commission, and likely also Native Plant Society, since they have provided prior comments on this project.
Mhm. Okay, that's a good outline. And yes, I'd be happy to do that.
And so
I want to point out one more thing in terms of timing. When we were informed about this, and I'm not saying there's any rancor or whatever, but we were informed of this meeting within the 21-day period for which documents are supposed to be posted. So that's a big reason why there wasn't enough time for public review. The February 8th date came as a bit of a surprise. We weren't consulted until we received the letter a couple of weeks ago. So that leads to my next question, that this 21-day situation, if that's pulled back away from the May 17th deadline, 21 days assumes that everything is complete, and everything is complete with planning and building review. Am I correct? Or do they still have time to review things after I've submitted it with that 21-day heads up for everybody?
So what I'm hearing is all of your documents in final form would be submitted by the 15th, a week from today.
Right.
And that would allow the board to hear the continuation on May 17th.
No, that would be wonderful. But what's the 21-day? How does that apply? Because the public is supposed to be able to review presented material, as far as I understand, 21 days ahead of the meeting. Isn't that correct?
Planning and Building or Deputy County Counsel Kudrowski?
I can respond to that, Chair Williams. So with the 21-day noticing timeline, that is Planning and Building Services, because this was a mitigated negative declaration, must post all of our final documents. That would be 21 days prior to the May 17th meeting. We would be posting any pertinent documents to our public notices page for the public to review. That's a timeline that's pertinent to planning and building, and our document production really does not affect the documents that the applicant produces.
I see. So do you feel that would be enough time for you to accommodate that? If I,
Yes.
okay, great.
But I want to be clear that we need the documents from you, the final documents I mentioned, within 1 week. So by February
fine.
15th, in order to maintain that timeline.
That's fine. Great.
Thank you. And with
thank
that, do we have any final comment by supervisors before we vote? Okay, not seeing any. Clerk, would you conduct a vote?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just want to clarify the motion. I currently have continue the public hearing to May 17th, provided that the applicant provides revised plans to the county and the public by February 16th in order to provide sufficient time for review of the plans and accompanying environmental documents.
That's the motion unless County Council needs revisions.
Just through the chair, I think that's generally adequate. The only thing that I might note is I think the chair has closed the public hearing. So we might say continue the item rather than continue the public hearing. And then you could make a decision at that time as to whether you want to reopen.
Okay, then my motion is to continue the item.
Second degrees?
Yes.
Clerk?
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, the next item is also fairly long. I think we should take a break. Let's resume at 3:40.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County. The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other. And we can do this together. We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
也別咩嘢。
我们能够做到。
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం. A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrom knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to. Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौँ.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives. Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible. To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
To agenda item number 4D. This is a noticed public hearing, discussion and possible action to consider an appeal of the zoning administrator approval of minor use permit U 2020-0004 to convert an existing single-story 30-room motel into a 21-unit apartment complex located at 16580 North Highway 101 in Willits, APNs 147-17003 and 147-18014. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence received has been uploaded to the item.
And do any supervisors anticipate a continuation of the case? Seeing none, do any supervisors need to acknowledge contact with proponents or opponents of the item? Supervisor Haschek?
Yeah, let's see if it speeds up the process. Yeah, I would certainly consider a continuation. And I have been in contact with the proponents of this project, both Cody Bartholomew and Lucy Bartholomew.
Okay, so the way this will go is we will hear a staff report with the board holding questions and comments till all presentations are complete. The applicant will present for 20 minutes. The appellant will also have 20 minutes, followed by public comment. And then the applicant can conclude with a 5-minute remark. At that point, staff can give final remarks and reminders, and the Board of Supervisors will be able to ask questions of staff, the applicant, or the public. Once we close the public hearing, the matter will be before the board, and we will try to get a motion on the floor as quick as possible. So planning and building staff, would you begin the presentation?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Williams. Julia Krog, Assistant Director. So on June 24th of 2021, the zoning administrator approved this use permit U 2020-0004, which you read the project description, which was the conversion of an existing 30-room motel into a 21-unit apartment complex. An appeal was filed of the zoning administrator decision and included several different allegations, including inadequate analysis of the project in terms of noise impacts, seismic concerns, compliance with the general plan and zoning code, and compliance with CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. In ruling on this appeal, the Board of Supervisors may affirm, reverse, or modify any such decision, determination, or requirement as it deems just, equitable, and in compliance with the division and the general plan. After reviewing the record and the allegations within the appeal, staff consulted with the County Counsel's office and has determined that additional analysis is necessary to address the concerns raised in the appeal, which may include additional analysis pursuant to CEQA. Staff feels that this analysis would best be addressed at the zoning administrator level and recommends that the board reverse the existing determination and remand the use permit back to the zoning administrator for additional review and analysis on the issues raised within the appeal. We have included as attachments to this agenda item a staff memorandum and the related materials from the hearing with the zoning administrator, as well as the appeal documents. And I will note I do have the project planner available on the line today, Ms. Susan Summerford. And that concludes our presentation. We're available for questions.
Thank you. Is the applicant ready to present?
Yeah.
Okay, you have 20 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not going to take too much time. I was contacted by Julia and Susan. They updated me, and I appreciate that. We understand to make the application, make this project a lot more robust and defensible, they need some more time. And we, you know, as frustrating as that is, we support and understand that. You know, my only concern is kind of the timing of that work being done and this project going back before the board. As you may know, I think it's been 2 years since we initially sent in this this application, and so our timeline with trying to get to work on this project, you know, this spring, hopefully into the spring, into the summer, we would hope that this goes back before the supervisors in April. I talked to Julia about concurrently filing the building permit application, and we also have a demolition package that we put together that doesn't require these this use permit. And so if this is continued and they're able to do that additional work and get it before the Board of Supervisors, you know, hopefully in April, that our timing with the project won't be affected. And so if that's the case, then, you know, we understand and support their recommendation. That's all.
Any other presenters?
No.
No. And do we have an appellant?
Oh, we do have somebody listed, but they don't appear to be on the line. That would be Joe Cooper.
And who filed the appeal? Planning and building?
I can respond. It was Joe Cooper who filed the appeal of the decision.
Was Joe Cooper in the call?
He was sent the information. He does not appear to be on the line either via Zoom, nor do we have his phone number logged into the meeting as a telephone caller.
Okay, we're going to move on then. Is there any public comment?
There is. On the line, we have Shanda Beltran.
hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, this is Shonda Beltran, counsel to Joe Cooper. And we were just going to speak in favor of the staff's position, as it appears that the applicant is also in favor of staff's position. Given the length of the board hearing today, we will not make any further comments unless we have questions directed towards us. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
The applicant, you're allowed another 5 minutes for final remarks.
I respectfully decline. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Jordy, is this a question about process?
I have a question for the attorney for the appellant.
Okay. Before we do that, does staff have any final remarks or reminders?
Thank you, Chair Williams. The only comments I just want to add is we did have a conversation with Mr. Bartholomew because we do understand that timing is an important consideration to this project and their desire to break ground. So we have discussed with them really pushing internally to get this back, if the board does remand the project back to the zoning administrator, to get this back in front of the zoning administrator in April at the latest. And that would be with full additional review. And we have discussed with Mr. Bartholomew that he may submit a building permit if he so desires at his own risk to begin a plan check process. But again, that would be pending any sort of approval of a use permit for planning to be able to sign that off. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you. So we're on to supervisor questions for staff, the applicant, or the public. Supervisor Jordy, kick us off.
Sure, thanks. So for the attorney for the appellant, can you maybe just elaborate a little bit? The staff report talks about concerns about noise. Is the concern that the project would generate noise, or the residents of the project would be recipients of, they would hear noise, either I guess from the highway or the general vicinity? What specifically is the concern about noise?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. There were several items regarding the compliance with the general plan that we raised in the comment letter, that the project is out of compliance with the general plan, and then that dovetails into CEQA issues insofar as it is one of the reasons that there are unusual circumstances with regard to this project, which prevents the use of the CEQA categorical exemption.
So I think the question Supervisor Jordy is asking, which I share, is the concern of noise for the people who would live in the new apartment complex, or is it a concern for the neighboring properties? Because this is it's a motel on the side of the highway. It's not exactly quiet.
Can you hear me again?
Yeah.
Yes, you're correct. It's not really an issue of the residents of the facility making undue noise and causing noise for other people, but it's there are a lot of issues with regard to general plan consistency analysis. For example, policy DE 98 and protecting residential areas and other noise sensitive uses from excessive noise. Policy DE 99. Again, protection of residential and noise sensitive uses. And there's an action item DE 99-2, policy DE 100, DE 101, DE 102, and DE 103. All of these were discussed in the letter that was appealing this item.
Yeah, so I appreciate that, but it doesn't seem quite responsive to Supervisor Jordy's question. Who do you see would be making the noise of concern?
Well,
Yeah.
It is a residential project located directly next to a highway.
So is the concern for the people who would live in the project eventually?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy, may we go on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, thank you. I just want to kind of hone in on this timeline of how fast we can get answers to these questions about the noise impact, seismic concerns, et cetera. And because, in our county, housing is very much in demand. And I think that this project is for low income seniors. Is this project, and this is for Mr. Bartholomew, is this a nonprofit agency that's running this, that's proposing this project?
Yeah. So the property is owned by the Golden Rule Church Association, which is a nonprofit, and the entirety of the property is under a master lease with another nonprofit organization, the Alliance for Community Endeavors. And so that's the organization that's in the process of developing and managing the property through the lease with the Golden Rule Church Association.
Okay, so my question for planning and building, Julia Krog, is how fast could these reviews be done?
So thank you for that question, Supervisor Hashak. As I noted, we have discussed with Mr. Bartholomew getting this back in front of the zoning administrator no later than meetings in April. And that way we can conduct the appropriate review. And I will tell you, we have already actually begun conducting additional review regardless of the board's action today to ensure that we are set to go to meet any sort of timeline, because we realize that the applicant has been waiting a considerable amount of time for this appeal hearing, as well as we see that there is an opportunity for county staff to provide additional analysis to really demonstrate the project's consistency with the general plan, noise impacts, and CEQA as well. So we have already been working on the required analysis regardless of the board's action today.
Okay, and so if Mr. Bartholomew got a concurrent building permit, then as soon as it was approved or whatever happens in April, then if he had that permit, he could start building immediately after that, if that's the case, if it were approved.
Yes, so the benefit of submitting a building permit for concurrent processing is that the application can start going through review by the building division for plan check. And then the planning division would have to wait until action was taken by the zoning administrator, any appeal rights were exhausted after that approval before we could sign off the building permit. So there is still, of course, the concern anytime you have a zoning administrator action, there is again an appeal procedure to the Board of Supervisors. So that is always sort of the wild card factor that has to be considered.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I'm assuming that concerns about noise can be mitigated through insulation, double pane glass, even potentially a sound wall if necessary. So I'm not that there's anyone here who's an acoustic engineer, but the need for housing in Mendocino County is really acute, and repurposing a underutilized facility is something that I'm supportive of, and I hope that we can come to a reasonable and expedient solution on this.
Glenn, do you have a question for any of the parties?
Well, unless Cody has thought about this or has some idea on the issue.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's something that we discussed with the zoning administrator when this appeal first came up. And so there is a large berm of dirt right up against on the highway side of the proposed project, or the current motel, that creates a barrier. Also updating everything with proper insulation and new doors and windows with special soundproofing, are items that we looked at. But also we took some data from the environmental impact report that was done for the Harris Quarry, that had a sound receptor that measured the ambient noise of the area that was actually set at this location, and looked at the results of that and found that they were within the limits as presented by the general plan. And so it's not exactly a information that we collected ourselves or we had a party collect ourselves, but information that was collected by acoustical engineers that demonstrated the ambient noise, and that data was collected and published, and we kind of presented that as information to respond to this concern.
If no further questions, we're going to close the public hearing. Not seeing any hands, public hearing is closed. The matter is now before the board. Still not seeing hands, I'll give my opinion. I think this is a really good project in an area that desperately needs housing. I see that it conforms with the general plan. I would be comfortable rejecting the appeal, approving. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, you know, I would like very much to see this project go forward as quickly as possible. At the same time, I'm taking into consideration what Planning and Building is saying, and their recommendation to remand it back to them for hopefully quick review and analysis. I'm just wondering if that is the quickest way to do this, or is it a continuance, like we've talked about before with the other project. So my question would be for Planning and Building, what would be a way to expedite this as quickly as possible? So Planning and Building.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Haschek, I was just looking at a calendar here. If you could repeat the question again.
Yeah, what would be the best way to expedite this and still do what is needed to do the appropriate review?
Well, again, the board does have two different options here. You could also, one, you could remand it back to the zoning administrator. And again, I make that recommendation because that is the hearing level that this permit was first approved at. And the zoning administrator is well equipped to handle some of these CEQA and general plan related consistency concerns. But again, similar to the prior item that was heard, the board also has the opportunity to approve a project today, continue the project to a future agenda to allow for additional analysis to be prepared. You really have, you know, sort of the full suite of options, and I'm unsure if council wishes to weigh in on that further as well.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. Those are the options in front of the board. I think the remand option here was, again, as Ms. Krog was saying, the ZA is the entity who hears these most often and can handle that analysis as opposed to the board from the get-go.
Supervisor Jordy.
In the previous hearing, we understood that there was certain documents that the applicant could provide to the county roughly within a week. Is there additional information that the county staff, planning staff would seek from the applicant prior to doing this additional analysis?
Not at this time. We have discussed that we understood from Mr. Bartholomew that they have gone a little bit further in sort of their plans development. And so they do have some additional information related to some of the water sources at the site as well. So we've just asked for any information that becomes available to be shared with our office. But at this time, there's nothing additional that Planning and Building Services needs in order to conduct the analysis. We just have to go through that process of conducting the analysis.
Okay, so as a follow-up to that, if there's not extensive information needed from the applicant, maybe just some incidental information, would the May 17th timeframe that we talked about for the other project also work for this project?
If I may, through the chair, yes, I believe it would. We would, though, need to make sure that we, you know, I would just say that even if the board continued to a date certain, we would likely need to renotice the item because part of what we're going to be looking at is going to be related to the CEQA compliance as well. So there may trigger that we do a required notice pursuant to CEQA if for some reason our environmental determination changes through our review process.
Chair Williams.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, so I thought we were talking about mid-April of being able to complete this, and now we're talking May. So is mid-April reasonable to have this brought back?
Potentially, it could be reasonable. I'm unsure. I know we have Ms. Summerford on the line as well, and I don't necessarily want to speak for committing of her time as well, because she would be conducting this analysis. So Susan, I'm wondering if you're able to provide comment on whether or not it would be feasible to essentially prepare any revised documents for a hearing in April with the board.
Thank you, Susan Summerford, Planning and Building Services. As we discussed and as we conveyed to Mr. Bartholomew, we could turn those projects around, the additional analysis required by April. But as you did say before, we do have a lot of the acoustic information that was enumerated in the staff report and from the EIR conducted for the quarry.
So with that, Supervisor Hashek, to answer your question, we could come back earlier to the board. I apologize. I was just responding that yes, May was a reasonable timeline. We could be also able to come forward in April. I'm just unsure if the clerk of the board has space available on an April calendar to accommodate us.
Well, I just think that if it is approved, we need to approve it as soon as possible, as soon as we need to review it as soon as possible, so that work can get started on this, because it's housing for over 20 people, seniors in our community. So I would like to see that come back as soon as possible for consideration.
Supervisor McGordy.
So this is for the planning department. What environmental issues have to be addressed, and what are the data that you need to address them with?
Thank you, Supervisor McGordy. So part of the analysis that we conducted related to noise was really focused on, as Mr. Bartholomew mentioned, looking at some of the other environmental impact reports that were prepared within the surrounding area for alternative projects, which did use this site as a data point. Staff would also want to ensure that we've reviewed the analysis pursuant to our general plan EIR for consistency with the noise impacts within there. We are unsure at this time whether or not there is any discrepancy between the two. So we'd be conducting that analysis, as well as addressing geologic concerns, because this site is adjacent to a fault zone. And there's a little bit of discrepancy in our zoning code related to projects that are adjacent to, that are mapped in a seismic study zone, where we then defer to state regulations. So that is something that we want to make sure gets sorted out and is clear in the record going forward related to the seismic study zone that this site's located within. Though again, it's not in the actual fault zone. And then lastly, we want to ensure that the CEQA analysis that was prepared for the project is adequate in terms of addressing any modifications that may result from conducting that additional review that we've just mentioned. So we want to just make sure that the record is clear and that the CEQA analysis is sufficient for the project, and that we've analyzed all potential impacts with the project, as well as the consistency with the general plan and various policies that have been expressed by the appellant as well. So we want to make sure that the record is clear and clean, and agree that this is a housing project that the county is in need of and does support many goals within the county's housing element.
Can I invite a motion? Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I'll make a motion to continue this project after appropriate review by the planning and building staff at the April meeting.
Is that to a date certain? Which April meeting?
I'm looking right now.
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We don't have any time available on April 19th, but we have about an hour and 15 minutes on April 5th.
Well, I would say April 5th then, if that's possible.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion on the floor. Not seeing any further discussion. Clerk, conduct a vote.
I'd like to clarify, so the motion is just to continue the project to April 5th, at which time it will return to the Board of Supervisors?
That's what I heard.
Correct.
Okay, Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
and Supervisor Hashak.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Bartholomew, for working on housing.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, well, I think the last item of the day, 5B, Supervisors Reports. Do we have any?
We also need public expression.
Oh, yes. Supervisor Haschak with a report.
Yeah, I just got a call from CSAC today that they're appointing me to a cannabis working group. So that will be dealing with both the legal program and the illegal issues. Let's say I've had several meetings about CSA 3 and the Sherwood project that we're working on and dealing with LAFCO. Supervisor McGorty and I met with the exclusionary program for wildlife services, and we're looking at tools, trainings, and structure of a program. And I had a town hall on February 3rd, and there was a meeting with Cal EPA concerning, or it wasn't with Cal EPA, it was Water Board, concerning the Laytonville landfill and some issues there. So, and Supervisor McGorty and I met with West Company with the economic development plan and the proposal to go to the assistant CEO. That's it.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Just briefly, yesterday at the Mendocino Council of Governments Transportation Planning meeting, Supervisor Hashak and I and the rest of the board unanimously voted to sign on to a memorandum of understanding with the River Coast Energy Agency. It's a JPA, so that we can bring regional energy network, basically grants from the Public Utilities Commission, rebates to consumers and businesses in Mendocino County in greater amounts, starting by the end of this year. So they're submitting the Humboldt County is preparing the grant application, and we think it'll be funded. So we'll see what happens.
Supervisor McGorty.
Just an update on the Potter Valley project, and everything keeps changing all the time. So we basically, as a two basin solution group, are not able to meet the financial plan to take over the license. So it appears that at this point, PG&E is going to have to decide what they're going to do. They plan on not relicensing, but even so, they can very well continue to operate the plant, which is evidently what they plan on doing. So they're talking now that they're going to repair the plant and resume electrical operations. Even if they decide to decommission, it's going to take time, and it'll include removing Scott Dam, possibly, potentially, but we don't know that for sure because they're, of course, what we're working on is trying to keep our water system in place. But what everyone needs to understand is that this could take some time before it's resolved, like 10, 20 years. So it's a slow process. Meanwhile, we're still going to continue to work on developing water rights from that project for the Russian River area. And it's not just for water for communities and agriculture, it's also water to maintain our fisheries, because we have a biological opinion that requires that we maintain certain flows. So it continues to be kind of a complicated picture. We have another meeting coming up next week with Congressman Huffman and the ad hoc committee. We also met Russian River stakeholders with Lake County who are unhappy about the removal of Scott Dam and the fact that they've not had a voice in the process. And I suspect things politically will change with redistricting and the Mike Thompson as a congressman getting involved also in the process. So that's just to let you know that things are moving, but it's kind of drama all the time, and there doesn't seem to be a clear, predictable path that we are expecting.
Supervisor Haschak, do you have another comment?
Just a question for Supervisor McGorty is, with that PG&E re-involvement with the diversion, would that bring more water to the Russian River?
Yes, it would, because they'd be operating at their normal rate of 270 cubic feet per second. And this has been a real puzzler for me as to why Caltrout and Humboldt County are kind of opposed at the moment of increasing the bypass flows from 45 to about 130 cubic feet per second, because if power is being generated right now, it would be going at the rate of about 270 cubic feet per second. So I don't understand why there isn't a little more compassion, especially on the part of Humboldt County of a neighbor in distress of trying to help them. So I'll get to ask them face to face with our ad hoc meeting, and I plan on doing that.
Okay, last item of the day, agenda item number 2, public expression. Do we have any callers for public expression?
We do. First in the line is Carrie Shattuck, followed by Ron Edwards. Carrie, you can unmute and begin speaking when you're ready. We'll move on to Mr. Edwards and try Carrie afterwards.
Good afternoon, board. I would like to issue an apology for my request of the nursery item into the crop report. It was a little difficult with the new format of I only had access to my cell phone and not able to pull up the documents while the presentation was going along. And so that was included. So I wanted to apologize for that. And I was wrong. And going forward, I don't want to sound like a broken record, and I'm almost tired of hearing myself on the format of the meetings. And as you noticed today, there were a number of items to where I said I didn't have a comment at that time because I had to sign up for those items ahead of time in case there was something I wanted to comment on. And I don't know when you're going to work on the raising hand option or modifying that so it is a little bit easier, particularly at some point when you go forward into a hybrid system where I hope you continue the Zoom option. But really, you know, it's been a while. We should be able to work on a way for people to be able to listen to a subject matter and have an opinion on it, and then be able to make a comment without quickly scrambling to do a telecomment and putting the pressure on the clerk's office to do that. So I don't know how to do that, if that needs to be an agenda item. I thought it was discussion a couple meetings ago, but I'm just not sure how to approach that discussion. Thank you.
Ron, thank you. We will look into that.
Returning to Ms. Shattuck again. Carrie, if you're on the line, you can unmute and begin speaking.
Oh, I gotta call in.
We can hear you.
Yeah, because I'm not even fucking on there.
If we could keep our language G, it would be appreciated. Carrie, you're on with the Board of Supervisors. Do you have a comment?
Carrie, I did mute you because I didn't think you knew you were unmuted. If you could please unmute and begin speaking. Carrie does seem to be unresponsive, so that concludes public comment.
Okay, and with that, the meeting is adjourned at 4:17. Thanks, everyone.